never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal lawyers are accidentally admitting that the Trump administration has a plan to kill congestion pricing in New York, and it's ripe with legal flaws.
An internal memo that erroneously appeared on the docket of the MTA's lawsuit against the U.S. Transportation Department late Wednesday says that Secretary Sean Duffy's move to pull the plug on the tolling program carries considerable litigation risk. The letter goes on to say that Duffy's arguments will unlikely be accepted by the judge or the courts. Duffy has alleged that he can reverse the Biden administration's authorization to allow New York State to collect tolling revenue on federal roads into Manhattan. DOJ lawyers say the feds should try to put an end to the congestion fees as a matter of changed agency priorities. I'm Kristen Marks.
There are fears of a possible serial killer in New England after an eighth body was discovered.
On Tuesday, police found the body of a woman near a bike path in Springfield, Massachusetts. Her cause of death has yet to be determined, and it's being investigated as an unattended death. Talk of a serial killer has been happening in the region since March, as 7 other bodies, mostly women, have been found in Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. A Facebook group titled New England Serial Killer has driven speculation. Police have not confirmed any connection between the deaths. I'm Lisa Taylor.
President Trump is not giving a tariff deal timeline with China, saying it depends on what they bring to the table.
Trump spoke from the White House late Wednesday.
Could be with China, but maybe we'll make a special, a deal, and we'll see what it will be. Right now, it's 145%. That's very high.
The president also insisted he gets along very well with China's President Xi. He added a visit to discuss a deal could be possible. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Closing bell, the Dow gained 486 points, S&P 500 rose by 108, NASDAQ picked up 457. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, Envelope, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
New York Senator Chuck Schumer plans to force a vote next week to end President Trump's tariffs.
Saying the president's tariffs are costing Long Islanders about $5,000 a year.
I'm a little unhappy with Trump. I voted for him, but I'm a little unhappy. It's just the economy. I was getting ready to retire and kind of, made me rethink it.
Schumer says tens of thousands of jobs are at risk across New York State, including 35,000 jobs on Long Island. He also joined fashion company Tandywear, which says costs have jumped 30% since the trade war began. I'm Natalie Migliori.
The San Diego County Sheriff's Department alerted immigration agents about 1,000 people being released from jail last year.
California law limits the interaction between local and federal law enforcement. The Union Tribune says over the last 4 years, 94 inmates have been transferred to ICE agents in San Diego County, including 30 in 2024. But the sheriff says more than 1,000 alerts were sent to immigration officials about the release of inmates in San Diego County last year. Sheriff Kelly Martinez saying she's still following state law despite calls from the county to further ban cooperation with the federal government. I'm Jack Cronin.
Southwest Airlines says it will offer fewer flights in the second half of the year.
The Dallas-based carrier is making the change as fewer people are booking flights within the U.S. Southwest also announced Wednesday it expects to earn less money per ticket, up to 4% less than last year. Other airlines like United and Delta are also cutting back due to the uncertain economy. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
I started going cold turkey. Well, at least when I'm in the car.
I know I shouldn't do it, but it's so hard to stop. That's why I hide it.
Do it all the time. I stopped by locking it in my glove compartment.
My friend used to do it way too much. Now I turn it off when we're in the car.
My solution is simple. I just don't do it. There are lots of ways to stop yourself and others from texting and driving. How will you stop? Tell us at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, CP4 injection pump failure. The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
microphone. I don't know about you, but I believe we're rolling into the greatest day of the week. Here comes a Friday. You know, the weekend is on the horizon, ready or not. Yeah, let's roll the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another cloudy night outside the secret bunker. I will not be able to see that big smiley face in the sky. Yeah, that's one of the things that folks that like to look toward the heavens will be able to see this early Friday morning. It's actually a couple of planets and that little sliver of the moon that looks like a smiley face. A lot of folks will not be able to see that, especially in the central states, because here we are, another night, as the case has pretty much been all week long. Showers, thunderstorms, some of which are severe, including some tornadic activity that continues at this hour. We've had several tornado warnings there in northwest Oklahoma. This one particular cell that's been a tornadic warned, then expired, then warned again. So it continues to be radar indicated rotation there. And there is no shortage of severe thunderstorm warnings, as the case has been night after night. Many of these storms producing large hail and strong straight line winds. Looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail. This is in the panhandle of Texas. Once again, we've been doing this all week. A lot of spotty showers, quite a bit of coverage again tonight. We've got southern portions of Minnesota, much of western Iowa seeing some heavy rains. Scattered showers and thunderstorms through central and south central Missouri, right into north central Arkansas. Those are some of the heaviest rains. Those strong storms, a couple of cells in north central Kansas, and that line again through northwest to moving in north central Oklahoma, extending back into the Texas Panhandle region. Those are some of the stronger storms that we've seen tonight. It's been lather, rinse, repeat all week long, and the trend, according to forecasters, as we take a look at our travelers' weather to get things underway here, is going to continue through the weekend and right into early next week, every day between now and maybe Tuesday. Severe thunderstorms prowl the central portions of the country nearly every day. The Great Plains bearing the brunt of the stormy wrath here, as we've been watching this series of storm systems roll out of the Rockies, tracking across the central U.S., tapping into plenty of Gulf moisture along the way, which has been fueling rounds of thunderstorms throughout the week and continuing through the weekend. The storms pretty much just resetting in many of the same areas day after day, erupting in the afternoon, beginning to wane and diminish during the overnight hours, and then you do it again the following day. Tonight, we are looking at some of these strongest storms hanging on a bit later than we've seen the last couple of nights. In rare cases, some of these cells may actually survive through the overnight and linger into the first thing the following morning. As we look back to some of the storms we've been following this week, some of the weather on Wednesday over the plains, we have tallied at least 90 incidents, including more than 60 reports of damaging hail. Some of these storms producing hailstones the size of golf balls, tennis balls, even baseballs. Storms tonight, which are continuing, may behave in a carbon copy manner of what we saw Wednesday night. The storms that blossomed late this past day, again damaging hail, powerful wind gusts, and a few tornadoes are anticipated. All right, Friday, what do we see for the day ahead? Widespread severe thunderstorms are likely to take a bit of a break from the high plains later today as a somewhat stronger disturbance pushes across the Midwest. Things are going to be a little more interesting further east. This is going to pull some dry air in across the central plains, but focus all that Gulf moisture from the southern plains to the mid-Mississippi and Ohio valleys and on up into the Great Lakes region. Following some possible severe thunderstorms Friday night again over parts of Oklahoma and northeast Texas, the risk of those stronger storms again begins to shift back to the west on Saturday. some of the same areas we've seen all week. We're going to be talking from west central and northwest Texas to western Oklahoma. Prime zone for a complex of thunderstorms from Saturday to Saturday night. Now, the storm Saturday will be packing damaging hail, high winds, along with the potential of flash flooding. Sunday looks like the risk of severe weather is going to be jumping hundreds of miles further to the north. Areas that have mostly escaped severe weather this week. We're going to be looking toward the Dakotas, eastern portions of Wyoming, much of Nebraska into Minnesota. The threats of hail, high winds, and flash flooding once again. And we look toward early next week. It's just day after day as a stronger storm pushes east of the Rockies early next week. They continue to highlight the potential for a multi-day outbreak of severe weather, increasing over the central states. These storms are going to organize along the advancing cold front from the eastern part of the Dakotas, Minnesota, western Wisconsin, southward all the way to west central Texas on Monday. Iowa, southern Minnesota, you could be in the crosshairs of a moderate risk of severe weather that includes multiple tornadoes. So the same old song and dance, hail, high winds, and tornadic activity are possible Monday to Tuesday as that front advances eastward from the plains to the Great Lakes and again the Ohio and Mississippi valleys. Earlier this week, was that Tuesday night into Wednesday morning? I do believe it was the Carolina monkey gouger was giving us kind of live updates. He was there in northern portions of Texas. And one of those calls, he was citing that they believed a tornado had pushed through. And I was saying I wasn't seeing any tornado-warned storms, but he was talking about the numerous trucks that had been blown over, power lines were down. Turns out it was known as a microburst. Twice this week, that phenomenon has caused wind gusts at an airport to approach or exceed their all-time records. Microbursts, of course, occur during thunderstorms. They're much more common than tornadoes. What is it? Air cooled inside a thunderstorm can fall suddenly to the ground, spreading out in a circle around the storm, causing wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour. So you can see as much or in some cases more damage than lower-end tornadoes. This phenomena is called a downburst. When the wind area is less than 2.5 miles across, it's called a microburst, a term coined by the tornado researcher, Dr. Ted Fujita, the inventor of the Fujita scale. Wet downbursts carry rain with that wind, while dry downbursts can actually be invisible. There was an infamous plane crash at New York's Kennedy Airport back in 1975 that killed 113 people. That was blamed on a downburst. The aviation industry used the Fujita's research to protect the industry from future crashes caused by that phenomenon. But what we saw earlier this week, early Saturday morning, it was last weekend actually, the Indianapolis airport reported an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust due to a microburst. Several planes were slid several inches. The National Weather Service confirmed the gust and tells AccuWeather it was the second highest on record at the airport, tying the reading from 1984 and just 1 mile per hour lower than the all-time record of 85 miles per hour. I believe this is the one that Monkey Gouger was caught up in. A similar event took place Tuesday when wind at the Midland, Texas airport gusted to 111 miles per hour. If confirmed, the record would shatter the previous all-time record for the airport, which was 93 miles per hour. But there were power poles knocked down, tractor trailers tipped over. 17 miles to the southwest of the airport near Odessa, Texas. Luckily, no injuries reported in either of those. But downbursts can be very strong. They've got some video of these events, and it's just incredible to look at via the radar, or if you can catch them on video. It's almost something of another world where the sky just looks like the sky collapses to the ground. Good to have you on board. We'll check in with, it must be one day closer to the greatest day of the week, you think? Yes, indeed. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Yeah, according to my calculations, from time zone to time zone, we're turning the page on the calendar, 25th day of April. That would be a Friday. Morning, Captain Ron.
And we're one day closer.
Yeah.
And we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, Captain Ron's favorite day. How the heck are you?
I'm okay. I haven't had to work the past couple of greatest days of the week, but looks like I'm going to have to work the next one.
Oh.
I know. I guess I got to do what I got to do, right? So you were talking the other day about these driver-facing cameras. You asked that there should be a way to turn them off. If I'm sitting still, there's a keypad that goes along with my camera, and I can punch in a code, and it'll turn off the cameras as long as I'm parked.
Okay.
But the instant that it senses that I'm rolling, it'll turn back on. So that answers that question.
Yeah,
It would probably work.
Someone else had called in. I can't remember who it was. Said as soon as they put it in park, I guess that automatically kicks the camera off.
No, mine won't do that. I have to manually input that code.
Okay.
And then there's a green button on top. There's probably people out there that has the same system. It's a panic button. I don't know what good that does, but I guess maybe it marks or forces it to capture an event.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that works. And you were talking last night about creases. A crease in hockey. The only creases I ever knew about was in my Marine Corps uniforms.
Okay.
That was the only crease I know of.
Right. Yeah, the crease in hockey.
Truck and Phil and
I guess in hockey,
and
there's.
Knuckle Buster. But
I was going to say that there's apparently in hockey there's what they call a crease. There's a zone where the goalie is, and nobody's supposed to be in that zone. If you get in there, you're allowed to get the crap knocked out of you.
Well, it seems like maybe the team players have pushed people in there so they can have the goalie beat the crap out of them. That's what should be done. But what was I saying? Anyway, Knuckle Buster and Truck and Phil would know about that. Them creases in the uniform.
Yes, sir.
For our Uncle Sam's misguided children. But it's drier down here than a popcorn fart. You ever have those?
I'm guessing that's pretty dry.
That's pretty dry. I don't even see any rain in the next week or so anyway. At least in Clearwater. I got 72 degrees at the Florida-Georgia line tonight. And I don't know how much, if these tariffs go up, and say a country, you know, they obviously raise the prices for us, but when that settles down, who in their right mind thinks the prices are going to go back down on stuff? Because once they get you paying a certain amount for things,
right?
Why would they lower it? You know what I mean?
Valid question.
Like them,
like most things, when the price goes up, it doesn't come down. I don't know. I guess maybe gasoline would be an example where, depending on the price of a barrel, it does kind of fluctuate up and down. But most other things, you don't. You don't see them come down.
No, you don't. After they raise them and they get you paying a certain amount for things, why would a company lower the price? I mean, there's them little the toaster oven pizzas, those Tostinos, you know what I'm talking about? Them little party pizzas. Those things used to be $1.
Correct.
They're over $2 now. Like $2.80 something at Publix, I think it is.
Wow.
You know, I don't ever see those coming back down. Why would they? I mean, if it's my company, I'll get you paying, you know, a certain amount for something. Why should I lower the price? You wouldn't know if the prices have come down or not. That's what I don't like about all this tariff stuff. I don't see where it's going or what's going to be I don't see an end game. Do you?
We're just waiting, patiently waiting for these negotiations to come to deals with other countries.
I don't know. I don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling about it myself. But, well, that's about all I got for tonight. I don't have much else. Semper-Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Truck and Phil and all of our other Marine Corps brothers and sisters out there. I'll be listening on the app, and I'll talk to you greatest day of the week.
On the greatest day of the week. All right, have a good weekend there, Cap and Ron. These thunderstorm warnings, just one after another coming in, especially the Texas Panhandle and big hail. I mean, all week it's been damaging. If you're caught outdoors, if you don't have shelter, I mean, it could be deadly hail. This particular warning for like Hutchinson County, they're talking 2-inch hail. People and animals outdoors will be injured. The next was out of this one. They're talking tennis ball size hail. Good Lord. Tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. North Wheeler County, Hemphill County, those also again in the Texas Panhandle region there tonight. Got some hail in southeastern Colorado, Prowers County, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So, yeah, that's enough to ding your vehicle. Maybe not crack the windshield, but some of these storms. So we had a couple of counties here in northern Oklahoma, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah, Grant County, Logan County, Garfield County. Just another action-packed night there in the central USA. All right, we have updates on the wildfire that continues to be battled there in New Jersey. I believe they've about got that under control. Meanwhile, horse feathers forwarded this past day where multiple different counties in Pennsylvania, we ended up with not one, not two, but three separate mountain fires that they were bringing under control, keeping firefighters kind of locked in. Yeah, I got a question. How do you get three random fires like that all in the same day? I'll give you more details on that coming up here. Yeah, we do know the New Jersey fire was indeed an arson, and I'm kind of speculating. I wonder if this is the case in Pennsylvania as well. Tell you what we have coming up. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Federal lawyers are accidentally admitting that the Trump administration has a plan to kill congestion pricing in New York, and it's ripe with legal flaws.
An internal memo that erroneously appeared on the docket of the MTA's lawsuit against the U.S. Transportation Department late Wednesday says that Secretary Sean Duffy's move to pull the plug on the tolling program carries considerable litigation risk. The letter goes on to say that Duffy's arguments will unlikely be accepted by the judge or the courts. Duffy has alleged that he can reverse the Biden administration's authorization to allow New York State to collect tolling revenue on federal roads into Manhattan. DOJ lawyers say the feds should try to put an end to the congestion fees as a matter of changed agency priorities. I'm Kristen Marks.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 486 points, S&P 500 rose by 108, NASDAQ picked up 457. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Underway here, rolling into a brand new day. So we got a Friday coming on. Welcome, Marianne. Wasting no time to say hello. Morning, Steve and the Overnight family. Hope everyone enjoys the weekend. Morning from the Boss Man. Checking in here at Stratford, headed to Nebraska tonight. Looks like we've got some storms and even some tornadic activity to the east. All is good. Safe travels out there. All right, yeah, some of those storms packing a punch. Watch out for the hail. Country Bumpkin, Waterford, Michigan on board. Good morning, Overnight Drive Nation. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Oh, there's Kentucky Ken. How you been? Good morning, Overnight Drive. Steve Sommers. Safe travels. Be careful out there. Now, we miss hearing from you there, Kentucky Ken. I know, daytime working. Double Trucker, what a beautiful day and night. 68 degrees in Lodi. My first night wearing shorts for the summer season. All right, I'm going to lay down, take a nap while I wait for my meat driver. I'll tune in later on my way back to Western New York on the home of free speech, Rumble. I guess that explains why we haven't heard from Pappy in a few nights. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. The natives have been restless last night and carrying on into tonight. With that said, I gotta go. Hammer down, be safe. All right, out there, up to no good. Mischievousness. What's going on? Ken says, good morning, crew from Canada. There's Gilligan. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Driving in the moonlight at the base of Fancy Gap. Where are you, Shorty? It's a pleasant 63 degrees. All right, everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. It's 69 degrees here in the Ding, a.k.a. Redding, California. Listening to the best overnight truck and radio show on the planet. Relocating my restored first-generation Land Rover Discovery Disco up to the Portland, Oregon area. Yeah, I'll post a picture of my rig on the fan page there. Now, in case someone sees me going northbound on I-5, give me a shout-out on the Road Channel, CB number 17. That's from Santa Claus. All right, rolling northbound I-5. Gotcha. Hello, Jeffrey. Checks in from Florida. Good morning to the overnight family. Yeah, where's Philly Dan this morning? He hasn't checked in tonight. All right, maybe he's sleeping in a bit. Norman is on board from north central Kansas, headed for Wichita. Maybe some storms again this morning. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio, 59 degrees here. And Jerry, good morning, everyone, at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for putting on such a great show for all of us to enjoy. Josh and the grandson Leland made it to Talladega. They'll be racing in the quarter midget race this weekend. Let's see, starting at 8 a.m. on Flow Racing. You can tune in. All right, so check that out. The quarter midget races there. Tell them you love them every chance you get there. All right, back to Cumberland County, PA, where crews from multiple different counties are working diligently to bring 3 massive mountain fires under control as the blazes continue to keep firefighters locked in. Initially on Wednesday, a mountain fire that spanned over 100 acres at the McShaw State Park was reported. Fire crews and the DCNR are currently still on the scene of that. A second fire at the park was reported Thursday afternoon. That was at about 25 acres at the reporting time. An emergency alert sent out to those in the area recommending people living on numerous roadways there to evacuate immediately. About 12:30 Thursday afternoon, dispatchers confirmed a separate mountain fire broke out along Dickinson Township. On the 1000 block of Ridge Road, the fire, according to the Cumberland County Public Service Office, initially spread to 20 acres and has moved rapidly to 50 acres. Friends of Pine Grove Furnace State Park confirmed that Laurel Lake and the beach are currently closed until further notice, while helicopter crews are using the lake to gather water to dump on the Ridge Road blaze. Unclear at this time if the fire is under control, but dispatchers confirmed the scene was still active. Later, a report came in of a fire in Upper Mifflin Township along the mountain there. Dispatchers stated the blaze was reported at the 100 block of Pine Knob Road. A garage in flames was also reported in the same area. It is not known if that was due to the brush fire or not. Now, at this point in time, Cumberland County Public Service reported none of these fires are related in any way to each other, as crews from all over South Central PA are responding to these scenes. Now, causes for these blazes have not been revealed at this point in time, but just that much activity with no thunderstorms or lightning just doesn't sound quite right to me. On back to New Jersey, though, a 19-year-old Ocean County man has been charged with aggravated arson in connection with the massive Jones Road wildfire. According to the Forest Service this past morning, officials say Joseph Kling of Ocean Township ignited a bonfire using wooden pallets Tuesday morning, then left the area without extinguishing the flames. Investigators used GPS mapping to trace the wildfire's origin. Now, this blaze, one of the biggest in the state that they've seen in decades, quickly spread through dry brush in the Forked River Mountains wilderness area, ultimately destroying a commercial building, forcing thousands of residents to evacuate. Those orders have since been lifted. And, of course, at one point you had the Garden State Parkway shut down. It has reopened. Firefighters are steadily containing that blaze. But smoke from the fire could stretch into New York City in the days ahead. As of Thursday, that blaze had now scorched 13,250 acres and was still listed as 50% contained. But thick smoke continues to blanket Jersey Shore communities, prompting officials to urge residents to stay indoors as much as possible. Acting New Jersey Governor Tahisha Wade declared a state of emergency in response to the fire. A news release from the governor's office says the state of emergency went into effect 7 a.m. Wednesday. Declaring a state of emergency helps the state to allocate resources to battle the blaze. Also, Wednesday, they do tell us power was restored to all 25,000 customers in southern Ocean County that had lost service as a result of the wildfire. But they kind of tell us that blaze is just a harbinger of what's ahead, as wildfire season in the United States could rapidly escalate amid building heat and some areas drought conditions. The annual AccuWeather wildfire forecast was released on Wednesday. Forecasters said fires could burn more than 7 million acres this year as we face a volatile year for wildfires, including some of the areas that were devastated by Hurricane Helene last September. Obviously, all those thousands of trees that had been brought down will be, when things dry up, they will just be tinder for any spark. More on the more in-depth forecast for the wildfire as we roll into the spring here. Wildfire season typically peaks later in the summer and on through the fall, but springtime fires can pose a unique danger, especially in areas facing drought coming out of winter. This is the case for the southern plains and part of the interior southwest, with that region facing an elevated to extreme wildfire risk this spring due to the drought conditions. Despite a few early spring storms, drought conditions remain deeply entrenched. Dry, windy, low humidity days will be frequent across the region, leading to the rapid drying of available fuels and an increased number of high-risk wildfire days. The worst of the fire danger may have already passed, especially in parts of eastern Texas, Arkansas, and southeast Oklahoma, but additional fires could still spark through the remainder of the spring. Abnormally dry conditions paired with warm weather could boost the fire danger across the Gulf Coast states and along the eastern seaboard. We were talking wildfires that broke out in North Carolina last month, impacting some areas where Hurricane Helene had brought down large swaths of forest there. The sudden increase in dead trees has led to a dramatic increase in fuel that will be available for fires. There's also a moderate risk of wildfires in the Midwest and northern plains, but an uptick in precipitation as we head on into the month of May should reduce that fire risk by late spring. Shifting to summertime, the shifting weather conditions from spring to summer will prime the environment for a surge in wildfire activity, especially across the Northwest and Northern Rockies. While the season may start slowly, there's a strong potential for rapid escalation as drought conditions and the heat set in. The fast-building fire conditions will focus on areas east of the Cascades through the Northern Rockies. Of course, lightning from moisture-starved thunderstorms, otherwise known as dry lightning, could trigger fires in these areas. And the risk throughout the season as vegetation dries out with all the summertime heat and the sunshine. Thunderstorms will also be kind of a double-edged sword across California, Arizona, Utah, Colorado, and New Mexico as the annual monsoon builds. Rain from the monsoon helps lower the risk over time, but early in the season, when the landscape is dry, lightning from those monsoon storms more prone to spark fires. And of course, as summer progresses, repeated rounds of monsoon rains and elevated humidity should suppress wildfire development at that point in time, particularly Arizona, western New Mexico and southern Utah. Around the country, what's on your mind? Got a Friday coming on. Clear lines 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, of course, the funeral for Pope Francis will be taking place this weekend. And they tell us so many mourners have lined up to see Pope Francis lying in state in that simple wooden coffin in St. Peter's Basilica that the Vatican kept the doors open all night due to higher than expected turnout. Closing the Basilica for just 1 hour Thursday morning for some cleaning. The Basilica bathed in a hushed silence as mourners from across the globe make their slow, shuffling procession up the main aisle to pay their last respects to Francis. Hours spent in line up to the stately Concilia Zone through St. Peter's Square, then through the Holy Door into the Basilica. Has allowed mourners to find community around the Argentine Pontiff's legacy. Some of the mourners, again, from around the world. One from Mexico says, I don't even care how much time I wait. It's just the opportunity to show how I admired Francisco in his life. He said his admiration for the Pope grew during his visit to Mexico back in 2016, I think because of the respect that I have for him and the great person he was, it's worth the wait. The last numbers released by the Vatican said more than 50,000 people had paid their respects during the first 12 hours of the public viewing that started at 11 a.m. Wednesday. Ultimately, I think they're expecting somewhere akin to 250,000 people to be making their way through that line when all is said and done. All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. Several interesting things taking place out there in the trucking industry news. Beach Bum, I do believe. Morning. How we doing? Happy Friday.
Good morning, Steve. How you doing? Long time no listen, right?
Long time no listen. Long time first time?
No. I used to listen a long time ago when I drove at nighttime when I lived down here in Florida. And then when I moved to Ohio 15 years ago, I listened, but then I ended up getting a daytime run. So I was out of the loop for a long time being able to listen to you. And make a long story short, my dad's a Vietnam vet and needed help, so we sold our place in Ohio and moved back to Clearwater where they lived, and we're here helping my mom. My dad's in a nursing home now. So, but I'm still with the same company and back driving at night and listening to the Steve Summer Show.
All right, how about that? Okay, so did you just recently find us, or did you know we were there and just didn't know, but couldn't listen?
No, I used to listen to you on 700 WLW, and I've followed you all the way along and knew that Hot Shot Secret picked you up and everything. So, it's good.
Well, I'm thinking, obviously, you're first time calling here during the Hot Shot Secret edition, so we'll hook you up with the first time caller code. You ready for that?
Sure.
All right. Are you a user of Hot Shot Secret products? Have you tried them yet?
Yeah, I've tried Hot Shot Secret before.
Okay.
Used to drive by the facility up in Lodi, or is it Lodi?
Mount Gilead.
Is it Lodi there?
Mount Gilead.
Mount Gilead, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Because I lived in Ashland.
Okay.
So I used to go by there all the time, yeah. Tell Captain Ron that if you got my number there, give it to Captain Ron. And if he wants to give me a call, we can hook up and go eat some seafood since he lives in Clearwater.
Ah, you're down in his neck of the woods. I got you.
Yeah, I was born and raised here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good to be back home.
So it's a little bit of a change of pace. I mean, you're getting ready for those hot dog days of summer that are going to be coming your way.
Steve, it's beach every weekend. I miss the salt water. I miss friends. I miss the seafood. I missed all that for 15 years. And
yeah.
It could be 90. It could be 95 degrees, and that's perfect for me.
All right.
Especially after living in Ohio and experiencing the winters up there. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. The older I get, the less I like winter here.
But I just wanted to touch base and say hi, and like I said, give my number to Captain Ron if he wants to call me. That's fine, and I'll keep listening.
All right, I'll do my best to pass that on, and I guess since you're back driving nights, we'll maybe get a chance to hear from you now and again a little more often, right? There you go. Good to hear from the Beach Bum. It is 844-844-3388. I'm trying to remember a couple of nights ago when Eagle had called in and he was talking about a truck line that he doesn't hardly ever see any trucks rolling down there in Texas anymore. Was it TFI or was it something else? The reason I ask is TFI was in the industry headlines this past day. TFI International says they're going to walk away from all expansion and acquisition deals in 2025 due to concerns over tariffs. Walking away from the deals as the entire trucking industry deals with lower freight volumes. Earlier this year, the company stated that they would move their headquarters to the U.S. from Canada, but then later retracted the plans. We have one transaction that we really liked, but because of all this uncertainty on tariffs, we had to walk away from that deal. Now, we can't touch that. Maybe later on, we'll see down the road once we have more clarity. But Bedard said cargo volumes for all sectors of the company have been very disappointing this year. TFI has seen a 40% drop in net income in the first quarter of 25 compared to the first quarter of last year. However, the company also saw a 5% rise in revenue from the same time period. That rise can be attributed, they say, to multiple acquisitions made by the company there in 2024. But a 40% drop in net income. I guess that means a lot fewer trucks, obviously, out there rolling up and down the highways. I guess we'll say Arkansas got the ball rolling, and I questioned at the time, will other states follow when it comes to the English language proficiency? It looks like the answer is yes. As we'll give you details next hour, Oklahoma appears to be following suit. More on that coming up.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is pausing parts of an executive order issued by President Trump aimed at changing election laws.
The judge says Trump doesn't have the authority to require proof of citizenship for voters in federal elections. The ruling maintains that this authority rests with Congress and the states. The judge opted not to block another provision of the executive order that withholds federal funding from states that don't comply with the deadline for mail-in ballots. She found the groups who challenged the provision lacked the standing to do so. I'm Brian Shook.
Birth rates in the U.S. are at a near record low.
New data released by the CDC says about 3.6 million babies were born in the U.S. last year. That's a 1% increase from 2023, which saw an all-time low birth rate in the U.S. The Trump administration has been considering new policies to encourage women to have more babies, including giving $5,000 in cash to each woman who gives birth. When asked about it by reporters this week, President Trump said the proposal sounded like a good idea to him. I'm Michael Kastner.
Some remote workers at Google are being told to return to the office or they could lose their jobs. Texas Republicans want to protect historical monuments across the state from groups that want them removed.
Our republic was built by many heroes and also imperfect men and women.
The bill is pushed by State Senator Brandon Crichton. He says instead of removing Confederate monuments, they should be given more historical context. San Antonio tore its down in 2018 after a near unanimous city council vote. In addition to those, he says monuments to Albert Einstein and Stevie Ray Vaughan have also been unfairly targeted by activists. At the closing bell, the Dow picked up 486 points, S&P 500 rose by 108, NASDAQ gained 457. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Tens of thousands of people from around the world, including New Yorkers, continue to flock to Vatican City on this second day of Pope Francis lying in state.
Folks have been waiting for hours for a quick glimpse of the Pope's open coffin at St. Peter's Basilica, with this couple from Manhattan among the crowds.
We were supposed to just be coming here to check out Rome for a couple of days, and this happened.
We're just really lucky to be a part of history.
Meanwhile, Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, who is part of the conclave that elected Pope Francis, has been meeting with other cardinals ahead of the upcoming conclave.
We have a group of pilgrims from the Archdiocese that was planned a long time ago. We have Mass tonight.
I'm Kristen Marks.
New York City officials are destroying illegal guns that have been seized and turning them into a gun violence memorial.
Mayor Eric Adams and the police commissioner gathered with community and faith leaders to put more than 3,300 guns through a recycling chipper. Adams says the chewed-up gun parts then will be donated to a New York City school.
With students in the Weldon Vocational Program will create a memorial to honor victims of gun violence.
More than 21,000 illegal guns have been taken off the streets since he was elected. Scott Pringle, New York.
Remote workers with Google are being told they have to return to the office.
CNBC reports that the company is telling some staffers they need to show up at the office 3 days a week. Some of the employees had previously been approved for remote work. A Google spokesperson says in-person collaboration is an important part of how the company innovates and solves complex problems. I'm Mark Mayfield.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Another hour. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those maybe just joining us as we turn the page on the calendar. Rolling into a Friday. All right, gearing up for the weekend. 25th day of April. And these strong storms in the Texas Panhandle again tonight. I don't know, but I'm thinking 2-inch hail, that would definitely give you a headache. And many of these storms are dropping just that, 60-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail. Right now it's Wheeler County in the Texas Panhandle again. These are all moving like southeast, fairly slowly, like 15 miles per hour. Oftentimes you'll see some of these severe storms just racing from one direction to the other. Yeah, these are pretty slow moving. So you get I guess you'd say an extended duration of that big hail. All right, use caution out there. Plotting a room for you at 844-844-3388. And who we got on board? Is it Lynn, the 80s child?
Hello.
Hey there.
How you doing, Steve?
Doing well.
I called in last week for the first time, and you were talking about some fires tonight. You ever had to call the fire department?
My recollection is just one time in my life.
Well, I've got a story that ties trucks and the trucking industry together with the fire department. I'm a part-time farmer, and my son-in-law works for Time Transportation out of Sabetha, Kansas. And anyway, he drove my grain truck, which is an older C70 truck with air brakes, but it's got a manual, one of them band discs that goes around the drive shaft on a drum. And I never set the thing because it wouldn't hold anything anyway. Mm-hmm. Well, he set this thing for me, and I had it loaded up and heading towards the elevator, and all of a sudden it was wham, bam. Oh, what the hell was that? And I got out and opened the hood and expect I'd blowed up the motor. Well, no, the motor wasn't blowed up. Now I looked underneath it, see if any oil was draining out. Nope. Looked down the side of the truck, and I had 5 fires burning.
Wow.
There was like that drum come apart, and lo and behold, 2 of the chunks landed in this yard of somebody that, envision this, somebody that has never mowed their yard and got a bunch of old pickups and tractors in their front yard. And the wind's blowing in the right direction. It's like, holy crap. So I reached for my cell phone, and of course I left it in the console of the combine. And I said, oh my God, what am I going to do? But luckily some neighbors come by and got that put out. But anyway, another fire story is I got a bulldozer, and I have some dead pine trees that are in my front yard, and I pushed these trees all together in a nice little tight pile, like 4 25-foot pine trees. And I lit that thing on fire, and, it had nice and compacted, and you know how pine trees burn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is like a torch. It's like 40-foot flames. It within seconds of it hitting that thing, it just went nuts. And I had evergreen trees that were probably 100 feet away, and it basically scorched the side of those trees. But didn't have to call the fire department, at least. Mm-hmm. So, anyway, and I wanted to apologize. Last time I called in, you talked about Hot Shot Secret, and I said that I made some comment that I wanted to apologize for. It wasn't about Hot Shot Secret. It was about my 6-liter diesel that was the crap. My 6-liter diesel is not a very reliable truck, but I have used Hot Shot Secret in it and the injectors, and it did make a difference. I can vouch for that.
There you go. All right.
Well, anyway, I've been listening to your show for I don't know how many years. I used to be an IT manager and doing computer updates, and WLW 700?
That was the place. Yep.
Yep, until iHeart got a hold of you and shut you down.
Back in 2020, yes.
Yeah, that was crock. And glad to see you're on the air again, and do enjoy listening to your show. I'm up late right now, just got done planting and putting stuff away for the year, and just truly do enjoy your show.
It's always great to hear from you, Lynn. I believe did you get your first-time caller code yet from Ryan? I think I sent the numbers to him here.
I don't think I did. I don't think I did, but I'm not positive. If it's come through text, there's a bunch in there. For some reason, I'm on every spam thing you can think of at the moment.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I know I sent it to him here about 3 days ago. I still have your number here. Lynn, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I can tell you, I've got an interesting story about the FBI and China, and this whole trade thing. I worked for a company that made extruders. Extruders make dog food, cat food, pellet type food.
Mm-hmm.
And the company I worked for sold 2 machines over there. Each machine was like 1,000 horsepower and made, I think, 25 ton of finished product an hour. And they sold 2 of those machines over there, and basically the Chinese just basically copied them. That's the thing I don't think a lot of people see with this trade war with China.
Yes. Everything we make here, they'll copy it in a heartbeat for cheap.
Yeah, you bet. And they have no qualms about it. And there was a company that was trying to hire the engineers from our company. We had the FBI involved and sat in a meeting in San Francisco. There was 40,000 people at this security conference, and I was in a meeting where they talked about how they, I think it was I'm not positive on the number on this, but F-35 McDonnell Douglas fighter plane that basically the Chinese had hacked into their system and stole lock, stock, and barrel all the programming and all the code and all the drawings for this. And then there was Nortel. Remember the phone systems, Nortel?
Yes.
They had been hacked for 10 years before they figured it out. And then the other one was there was a company out of Iowa that was doing wind turbines and the control systems for it. And they sold a set into China, and they couldn't get them to run right. Well, they went there to help them out with it, and they actually figured out that they had the pre-released compiled code for it. They had hacked into their system and had the uncompiled code for these wind turbines.
Wow.
It was. I finally quit that job because I didn't want it to be my legacy to be that I was the one that let it walk out the door, and being big brother to everybody. And
right.
So, anyway, I appreciate your time.
Hey, it's great to hear from you again, Lynn, and you check your text messages there, and if you hadn't got it yet, you should hear in short order. He normally sends me an email, says those have been done, but he's been working on our commercial break updates, which you may have noticed this morning, got some updates there. I did mention, before we get to our quick time out here, lines available at 844-844-3388. How about following suit? Legislation moving through the Oklahoma House. Much like Arkansas here a few weeks ago. Tightens citizenship and language requirements for the drivers of commercial vehicles. Representative Jonathan Wilkes introducing Senate Bill 20, or known as the Oklahoma Secure Roads and Safe Trucking Act of 2025. Advancing through the Oklahoma House Committee, there are several provisions restricting commercial vehicle driving based on language proficiency as well as citizenship. First, with the English language, Senate Bill 20 would require that any operator of a commercial vehicle in Oklahoma must be able to demonstrate sufficient proficiency of the English language to, just as Arkansas did, just as the official FMCSA Green Book spells out, converse with the general public, understand highway traffic signs and signals in English, respond to official inquiries, and make entries on reports and records. The bill directs law enforcement to impound and tow the vehicle if the commercial vehicle operator is unable to demonstrate English language proficiency. Now, that's a bit steeper than what we saw there in Arkansas. As far as CDL requirements, Senate Bill 20 would require all commercial vehicle operators in Oklahoma possess a valid commercial driver's license issued by a state, territory, or possession of the United States, the District of Columbia, or the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, or a valid commercial driver's license issued by a state, territory, district, or province of Canada or Mexico, and a valid work visa. Drivers would be required to carry a physical copy of their license and proof of citizenship of the country that issued said license. Now, how about all these visa holders? Senate Bill 20 forbids the holder of a B1, B2, or combination B1, B2 non-immigrant visitor visa from operating a commercial vehicle within Oklahoma. Officers are directed to impound and tow the vehicles of drivers found to be operating under one of these visas under the text of the bill. Violators subject to an administrative fine not to exceed $2,000. The bill would also forbid U.S. motor carriers from employing or contracting with B1 or B2 visa holders for operations in the state of Oklahoma. Carriers who violate this provision would be subject to an administrative fine of no more than $5,000. Now, detractors have criticized the legislation in part because the original text of the bill dealt with the on-road use of golf carts and utility vehicles, with the CDL and language provisions added as amendments later. According to the Oklahoma Voice, lawmakers have also argued the bill is bad for Oklahoma businesses and could cause some trucking companies to drive around rather than through the state. Of course, Oklahoma, not the only state cracking down on the language requirements. Arkansas Act 604 had been signed into law by the governor earlier this month, April 14, requiring English language proficiency for commercial drivers, making it a crime to present a fake CDL, and requiring U.S. work authorization for truck drivers operating with a valid foreign-issued CDL. Now, it should be noted that the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, it does require commercial drivers to possess English proficiency to read signs, communicate with the public, law enforcement. But in 2016, as we now know, the FMCSA issued a memorandum that removed that requirement to place drivers out of service for the English language proficiency violations. They changed the standards for determining noncompliance with ELP rules. We're wide open on a Friday. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, week after week, we share these stories about the scam text messages. One of the very popular scams right now is, you get a notification that you haven't paid your tolls. Yeah, you owe this much right now, or we may take legal action. Or in Double R's case, his message said his license was going to be suspended if he didn't pay them. That's just one of thousands of scams via now more popular, the text messaging, and still tons of email scams. You get constantly receiving these emails saying, I've got a package from FedEx or DHL that's on hold. Please click the link. And I'm like, I ain't got no packages coming. People fall for these every day, though. It's a lucrative business. Just how lucrative, you say? The FBI reporting Americans lost more than $16 billion to internet crime last year, 2024, a 33% increase over 2023. The FBI said the average reported loss was $19,372 per person. The FBI Internet Crime Complaint Center, otherwise known as IC3, has been in operation for 25 years now. The 2024 report said during its infancy, IC3 received roughly 2,000 complaints every month. For the past 5 years, IC3 has averaged more than 2,000 complaints every day. The most common internet crime involves fraud. IC3 pointed to ransomware as the most pervasive threat. That's the malicious software that prevents you or a business or a government office from gaining access to their data. And the perpetrators demanding money to unlock those files. And many of those are to the tune of millions of dollars. Major corporations, hospital systems, trucking operations. Was it Estes? I believe one that got hit last year. Now, one of the most widely dispersed ransomware attacks involves a group known as Lockbit. IC3 said it had dealt a serious blow to Lockbit. Since 2022, we've offered up thousands of decryption keys to victims of ransomware, avoiding over $800 million in payments. Now, the FBI has asked anyone who's been targeted to contact your local FBI office so they can help in the case. But please be more aware of the widespread and evolving threat of internet crime across America. $16 billion. That's, yes, a very lucrative business. That's why the crooks continue to do it day in and day out. All right, couple of friends checking in. Here's Jason. Hello, Steve. Another good show. I'm traveling here in Effingham, Illinois. 68 degrees on a cloudy night. Let's see. Roki checking in this morning. They said recently, Sloaney shared an old memory about ATM when someone actually set up a charcoal grill in the kitchen area there at the station. They felt it was kind of funny at the time. That was not funny business when it wasn't me. God rest Bubba Bo's soul. He's no longer with us, but he actually had some of his friends come in there. And yes, they brought a grill. I think, I don't know if it was a charcoal or a gas grill, whatever the case, but they're actually trying to grill hamburgers inside. And all the smoke sets off the fire alarms. They're lucky the damn sprinklers didn't go off. But obviously the police, fire department come rolling in, and they're all, yucking it up, thinking it was funny. Man, oh man, the radio station nearly lost their license. They threatened to kick them out of the evict them. And Bubba lost his job for a period of time after that. It wasn't that funny. I mean, it was so serious that you're not even allowed to have a candle burning in at your desk in the building. But yeah, memories. Buckeye Boy checking in from Pine Mountain, Georgia. 64 degrees, a humid night. Had some showers earlier. We played 27 holes Wednesday. Played cards late, 31 holes today. And we just finished playing poker. Some of the guys still play them. I got to get up at 8 or 9 to get in our 10 a.m. tea time for today. Yeah, we need someone like the beekeeper to take care of these fraudsters out there. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful. And enjoy your Friday round of golf there, Buckeye Boy.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge says President Trump's executive order on sanctuary cities is likely unconstitutional. District Judge William Orrick blocked the White House from enforcing the crackdown against 16 cities and counties that brought a lawsuit. The order directed Attorney General Pam Bondi and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to make sure sanctuary cities did not receive access to federal funds. Maryland District Judge Stephanie Gallagher, a Trump-appointed federal judge, is ordering the White House to facilitate the return of a second immigrant deported to El Salvador. The judge ruled yesterday the Venezuelan migrant, known only as Christian in court documents, was deported despite being part of a class action settlement that should have prevented him from being removed from the United States. Christian was among the plaintiffs that settled a lawsuit with the federal government, arguing they should be allowed to stay in the country while their asylum claims were adjudicated. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke,
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Rolling into a Friday. Good to have you on board the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Hello to Kevin. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Yeah, we said hello to Buckeye Boy there. It was like Uncle Shop's in the house. There you go. Good to have you with us. It was like Buckwheat's in the house as well. Morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I said there I'd talk about these forest fires when I was up in New York City yesterday. The smoke was making the skies look hazy, and when I left the city and I was coming down through Jersey, and just driving in your truck, you made your eyes water and burn. And you had reported that the guy got caught for starting a bonfire, and
right,
and I think that's what's probably going to happen. But there's 3 forest fires there in Pennsylvania. Somebody probably lit some trash or something, and it probably wasn't intentional, but not ill-advised starting a fire this time of the year. We are pretty dry around here, but you said there was one building that burned. The radio station I listen to in the mornings after you get off up there in New York City, they interviewed the business owner of whose building it was. It was a warehouse, and there was numerous buildings around him, and they didn't get burned, but his building got burned because he says probably because the woods came right up against the building, and that's probably why the fire caught his building on fire. And now he's looking for other warehouse space and other materials to keep some sort of door and awning shop or something like that. But yeah, so Forest Brothers had asked for help a couple months back, and I thought, well, with the fire hoses and stuff like that, when he goes out to these shindigs, and I thought I was going to maybe try to. Last weekend he was doing his tractor pull, and I thought it'd be sort of nice to go down there, but my son called and he wanted me to help cut down some trees, so it turned out to be a bush, but anyhow, I ended up getting myself wrapped around the neck with the bush branch, but it just burned my shoulders and that, but anyhow, we'll survive. But so yeah, it's pretty busy since we left the truck show there. Every weekend we seem like we're doing something, from MCC to our youth auction and fundraisers here, fundraisers there, and this Friday night I'm hoping to get somebody to finish my run. When we go up to New York, we deliver, then we pick up stuff, and then I have to go take it to deliver it to somebody else, and hopefully, I told him, I said, I'm not interested in delivering my load today. I get somebody else to deliver it, and we have a Gospel Express. They have an auction this weekend and a fundraiser, and it's for prison ministry. And many years ago, I used to go every year, take a week off of work and go into the prisons and as a volunteer. And this was down in South Carolina, and you go in and walk amongst the inmates. I mean, they allow you to go into the prisons and you can talk to them about Jesus. And some of the guys make fun of you, and they try to take advantage of your time. But there's some people that are interested in hearing what you have to say, and giving them an opportunity to make a real change in their life. And each prison has a chaplain, and some chaplains are very concerned about the inmates, and the next ones are just there for a job. And you can easily tell that. But there was one chaplain there that he was, about, 6'6". He's a dark-skinned black guy, and he came up to Lancaster County one time and bought himself a big black Amish hat, and he would wear this in the prisons. And it was sort of funny watching him walk around with this big black Amish styled hat, and being a black guy, it's just something he never used to see. But we were there for a couple of years, and his church decided that they wanted to cook us a meal. So, yeah, okay, well, we'll go to your church and have a meal with you guys there. And so that we come in there, and all the guys were, we're away from our wives, and you're trying to be respectful and that. And these church ladies are well endowed and colored ladies, and they come there, greet us at the door with Southern hospitality. They start hugging us guys, and some of the guys shied back, and I just remember one woman says, "Don't you worry, guys, we're going to get to hug each one of you."
There you go.
So it didn't bother me too much, with my wife's family is a hugging bunch, and so I was sort of used to that. But some of these guys are not into that touchy-feely stuff. But anyhow, we had good times down there at the prison crusade. But I sort of dropped out of doing that because Cream and Wheat there, it made her life a little stressful there with Ashton Mario Kart, having to take care of him 24/7. But it's for a time of my life, that's what I did, and it was fun. I know some guys don't handle going into the prisons too well, and there was one of actually, he's my cousin. He went down there one time. He never went back again, but on the way home, he was the first one in the van. He was all ready to go, and he had his suitcase there, and he gets home, and his wife opens up a suitcase, and she asks him, "Hey, where are your clothes?" He's like, "What? They're in the suitcase." She said, "No, your suitcase is empty." And so they called down to the motel, and here he left his clothes in the dresser. He was such in a rush to leave that he grabbed the suitcase and left without putting his clothes in it.
Whoops.
Then the hotel had to send the clothes back. But, yeah, there's another story there. One of my friends, his dad has a clothing store, and a local clothing store, and we went shopping at Walmart for, somebody forgot some stuff, guys and packing stuff. You always forget something. And he noticed that Walmart was running a special on Hanes underwear. So he said, "Well, this is cheaper." Walmart was selling it cheaper than what they could get it, for their store. So he went and took his store's credit card, went and bought 2 shelves worth of Hanes underwear out of Walmart. And we went out of the store with shopping carts full of underwear, and he took it back to his store and resold it and made a profit.
Wow.
But, yeah, it's some of the crazy stories that have happened. But I remember when Ashton Mario Kart there was a baby, and his doctor wanted him to get the RSV shot. And, the insurance company was balking at this because there was, I think they were about $1,000 a shot or something like that. And with Ashton's medical conditions and that, the doctor was insistent that he needs this. And I was working with the insurance company, and this here wasn't working so good. And finally, the day before to go to this prison crusade, I just got the vision that, as the Israelites went across the Jordan River, before the river parted, they had to step into the water. And it's like, well, I just got to go to this prison crusade, and we'll let this stuff handle itself. And as I was on the bus going down through to South Carolina, my wife called me and said the doctor called her and said that he wants Ashton to get these shots, and he's going to pay for them himself. And so Ashton can get the shots for RSV when he was a baby. And that was a real eye-opener for me, how God can work sometimes. And, when we try to do things on our own, it don't work out so well. But with God, anything's possible. But, so I'm on my way up to New York City this morning, and we're listening to you. Oh, is your show affected by the Nielsen ratings?
I don't think so. No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, starting yesterday, they sent me out a pamphlet that I'm supposed to report all the radio stations that I listen to for a Nielsen survey. And I'm going to put your station down. I don't know if it's going to do any good for you or not, but, from 5 a.m. from midnight to 5 a.m., my time slot, that's what I'm going to be putting down. So,
okay.
Anyhow, for the next week, I'm a Nielsen reporter. So, yeah, don't know how they got my name, but anyways, that's pretty much all I have for you this morning. And, I guess we'll speak at you later.
All right. Thank you for being a part of the program there, Buckwheat, and safe travels out there. I think he may be the first person that I've personally known that actually had what do they call it, a book, a Nielsen rating book. Yeah, this is primarily podcast. We do have a number of terrestrial affiliates, but all right, again. It's good to have the folks at Rainey's. It's almost comical. Here just a few days ago, I was talking to Horse Feathers, and he was telling me about Rainey's that is going to be holding their first ever, and I think you mentioned it on the program, their first ever truck show, and it's to make raise funds for the Make-A-Wish Foundation there in northern Florida. And I think he had contacted them. Honestly, I wasn't really familiar with Rainey's, what they were all about, and apparently that was one of the groups that Ryan was able to hook up with there at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. To get them on board to sponsor the program. And if you notice, I downloaded our new spot blocks this morning, and I was very surprised to hear, well, Rainey's is a part of the show now. So first of all, welcome aboard. But back to our conversation with Horse Feathers. He's been talking with them down there, and they were kind of inviting him to come on down, bring that fire truck to be a part of their truck show. But obviously that kind of equipment, fire trucks aren't really designed for the long haul. They're designed for the short trip, and like you said, it'd probably take him 3 days to get the truck down there. It'd cost him a lot of money, but either way, he did say he'd really love to be down there to be a part of that truck show. But this is something brand new for them, and so welcome aboard Rainey's. Rainey's first annual Road to Wishes truck show coming up here, not tomorrow, but the following Saturday, May the 31st. I'm sorry, May, not April. It's May 31, so a few weeks ago, right? Let me see. From the website, thrilled to announce that Saturday, May 31, we will host our first ever truck show. But this is more than just a truck show. It's an opportunity to make a profound impact as we've partnered with the Make-A-Wish Foundation to turn this into a fundraiser. Goal to raise $80,000, which would allow us to grant the heartfelt wishes of 8 deserving children. So this is a celebration of our shared passion for the trucking industry, showcasing incredible show trucks, bringing the community together for an unforgettable day. Let's make this an incredible success and lay the foundation for a tradition that grows bigger and better every year. Shows here that the goal of 80,000, right now they're at 35,780. Get ready for an unforgettable day. Fun and excitement. The main attraction, of course, will be the incredible custom-built show trucks attending and competing from across the country. We plan to award the best of the best a spot in our first ever annual calendar for 2026, as well as a beautiful trophy and multiple cash prizes. All right, so cash prizes. What they're calling it the Kids' Choice First Place. I guess the kids get to pick which truck they like the most. $3,000. The Kids' Choice runner-up, $1,000. They've got several other categories. Lights Out, the Super Shine, the Best Theme, and the Best Interior. All $750 each in those 4 categories. On top of the beautiful big rigs, our local heroes, bringing emergency and military vehicles to add to the assortment. We're currently planning a variety of ticket-based activities to keep the whole family entertained, from pony rides and live music, food trucks and vendors, and more. Going to be something for everybody, so there you go, Rainey's. That, of course, they're in the Sunshine State, so I don't know what proximity some of our friends like Shorty and Captain Ron might be down there. Let's see. Ocala, Florida. 3030 West Silver Springs Boulevard in Ocala, Florida. That's where that's going to be taking place, and it's free to attend. Mark it on your calendars. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
We'll get back to the calls coming up here. Senor Heatwave joins us on a Friday morning. Knucklebuster coming up as well. I wanted to share one industry headline first. And I can't help but kind of wonder if this may kind of coincide with, shall we say, getting the cart ahead of the horse when it comes to tariffs and what kind of impact it's having on trucks. We hear Mack Trucks, the Volvo Group, cutting back production. Demand is down. A lot of uncertainty. This past day, the Trump administration said they're launching an investigation to determine the effects that foreign imports of medium and heavy-duty trucks and truck parts might be having on truck prices here in the U.S. In a notice published Wednesday, the Commerce Department announced they had initiated the investigation on Tuesday to determine the effects on national security of imports of medium-duty trucks, heavy-duty trucks, as well as medium and heavy-duty truck parts and their derivatives. Medium-duty trucks, as most of you know, gross vehicle weight of more than 10,000 pounds, less than 26,001. Heavy-duty trucks, of course, 26,001 pounds or more. Truck parts, for the purpose of the investigation, refers to individual components and system, including engines and engine parts, transmissions, powertrain parts, and electrical components. After the notice is published in the Federal Register, which is scheduled to happen today, Friday, the department is giving the public 21 days to comment on the investigation. They tell us the administration is particularly interested in the following: current and projected demand for trucks and truck parts in the U.S., the extent to which domestic production of trucks and truck parts can meet domestic demand, the role of foreign supply chains, particularly of major exporters, in meeting U.S. demand for trucks and truck parts, the concentration of U.S. imports of truck and truck parts from a small number of suppliers and the associated risks, the impact of foreign government subsidies and predatory trade practices on the competitiveness of medium and heavy-duty truck industry here in the U.S., the economic impact of artificially suppressed prices of trucks and truck parts due to foreign unfair trade practices, and state-sponsored overproduction. the potential for export restrictions by foreign nations, including the ability of foreign nations to weaponize their control over supplies of trucks and truck parts, the feasibility of increasing domestic capacity for trucks and truck parts to reduce our reliance on imports, and lastly, the impact of current trade policies on domestic production of trucks and truck parts. Whether additional measures, including tariffs or quotas, might be necessary to protect national interest. There's a lot to unfold there, but again, that's going to be published in the Federal Register today. I would automatically assume the likes of some of these manufacturers, and when it comes to the like of Mac and some of these that are laying off workers, cutting maybe from 24-hour production to maybe 2 shifts, a lot of that is based on lower truck sales, reduced orders, and I don't know how much association that would actually have with the tariffs. I think it may be more uncertainty about the future when it comes to the next iteration of emission requirements coming up with the 2027 trucks. Should we buy now or wait? And right now, I think many are just in a holding pattern.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge says President Trump's executive order on sanctuary cities is likely unconstitutional. District Judge William Orrick blocked the White House from enforcing the crackdown against 16 cities and counties that brought a lawsuit. The order directed Attorney General Pam Bondi and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to make sure sanctuary cities did not receive access to federal funds. Orrick, who is based in San Francisco, blocked a similar effort during Trump's first presidency. Maryland District Judge Stephanie Gallagher, a Trump-appointed federal judge, is ordering the White House to facilitate the return of a second immigrant deported to El Salvador. The judge ruled yesterday the Venezuelan migrant, known only as Christian in court documents, was deported despite being part of a class action settlement that should have prevented him from being removed from the United States. Christian was among the plaintiffs that settled a lawsuit with the federal government, arguing they should be allowed to stay in the country while their asylum claims were adjudicated. European Union antitrust regulators slapped big penalties on Apple and Meta for violating EU digital competition laws.
William Dinslow reports Apple has been fined $575 million.
The European Commission found that the company failed to provide consumers with alternative offers outside of its App Store. Meta, meanwhile, was hit with a $228 million penalty due to its consent or pay advertising model.
The move followed a lengthy investigation into whether the companies have complied with laws designed to allow smaller companies into the tech market. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Some remote workers at Google are being told to return to the office or they could lose their jobs.
CNBC reports that the company is telling some staffers they need to show up at the office 3 days a week. Some of the employees had previously been approved for remote work. A Google spokesperson says in-person collaboration is an important part of how the company innovates and solves complex problems. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Robert Cremo, the man behind the Chicago area July 4th mass shooting, will spend the rest of his life in prison. Eric Reinhart, Lake County State's Attorney.
Today, the offender in the Highland Park Parade shooting was sentenced to 7 consecutive natural life sentences, followed by 1 50-year sentence consecutive, along with 47 other counts of 50 years for the offense of attempt murder.
Cremo will not have the possibility of parole for the shooting that also left dozens injured. Officials in Alabama say convicted murderer James Osgood has been executed by lethal injection. The 55-year-old raped and killed a woman in 2010. Osgood never appealed his death sentence and said he deserved to die. While strapped to the gurney, Osgood apologized for the crime. Wall Street closed with stocks higher.
Stocks were boosted by big tech companies like Nvidia, Tesla, and Amazon. Meanwhile, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said an agreement of understanding on trade with South Korea may be reached as soon as next week. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 486 points. The S&P 500 rose by 108 points. The Nasdaq gained 457 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
AAA reports the average price for a gallon of gasoline right now is $3.17. Kauai, Hawaii has it up to $5.10 a gallon, while Simpson County, Mississippi is down to $2.45 a gallon. I'm Anthony Lucero for USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you so much. Back at it as we get another hour underway on a Friday. Turn the page on the calendar where we had 25th day of April. Boy, just a few days left here. We'll be rolling into May. Well, where they say April showers bring May flowers. There should be plenty of flowers in the central states because you're dealing with round after round of rain, strong storms. And the trend that continues right through this weekend into early next week. Meanwhile, we kick off this hour with Senor Heatwave. Good morning.
Good morning, Senor, from Wyoming. There on 80 where it looks wet. Some areas are, some ain't. But it's spitting rain every now and then. So it's a lot better than the fog we were having yesterday morning. Good night, that was bad. Well, let's see what's going on today. Well, I guess a lot of the news media people, the bigger names, have all gone to Italy so they can be there for the Pope's funeral.
Correct.
Yeah. So, being that Italy is about 10 hours ahead of us, or at least 8 for sure. I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've been to Spain. But, yeah, I guess it'll be later on tonight, I guess, that we see the funeral. About 9 or 10 o'clock tonight.
I haven't even really checked what time it would be here in the U.S. I'll have to check that.
Yeah, that'd be all right. And, oh, Lordy. Yeah, I was listening to Vic last night, as we all were. I mean, that man is, I told him again, he's just an encyclopedia on feet. You know, he's got it. He was talking about yardbird, and I thought he was talking about chicken. And I told him, I said, well, when I was in the service, we had yardbird 4 times a day. For breakfast, for lunch, for supper, and for midnight chow. He says, no, not the chicken. He said, yardbird, and basically it's a gold breaker. You know, someone trying to get out of working by working harder to get out of work. What he would have normally had in the work there is hard to get out of it. Well, that's really confusing. Say that about 5 times fast. But, yeah, he sent me what was that, the Noah Webster's dictionary edition that described what that word was. I'm like, wow, I was way off.
All right.
Oh, so I wonder how Eric Clapton felt when the Yardbirds was his band. Did he feel like he was a freeloader or whatnot? I don't know. They had a video of Bernie Sanders doing his talking about the oligarchy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for a man that was arrested and had to get thrown out of a commune back in the 60s or 70s because he didn't do anything to help out and he didn't want to leave, being forcibly removed, it's amazing how he's got millions at his disposal for all these years of being a politician, you know, and flying on the private jets and whatnot to go from one event to another with AOC. They had a side profile where they were filming and it was showing like a lake or a river or something in the background, you know, pretty wide little causeway. And this boat come up, I guess it was, well, pretty good sized boat, so I guess it was a yacht, had a sign that had Trump written in red on a white background, and as they were going by, they photobombed him, and they blew the air horn on the ship to the point where you couldn't even hear what that old man was talking about. He kind of threw his hands up at the end like, this is pathetic. But I mean, what's the reason for that old man getting out there and trying to raise a big stink about this oligarchy? I mean, they didn't seem to worry about it too much when they were in power. And it's amazing that AOC is out there acting like she may be the front runner for 2028.
And believe it or not, right? I mean, right now,
just,
many of the headlines I'm seeing, which I'm kind of mind-boggled, are saying that right now she is pretty much topping the list for contenders.
You know,
that's right.
For us and the right-minded people, for us and the right-minded people thinking of the future, you know, no one thought she was going to win against that congressman from New York when she ran as a literal unknown. You know, they all took her for granted. And and here she is. You know, where's she at now? Oh, a couple of $1 million richer on a $174,000 salary. So how does that work out? But I mean, you can't underestimate the left, because they'll if you just let your guard down, they'll come up and bite you on the hind end, and then look at the mess we'd be in if we take them for granted. I mean, that old boy David Hogg, whatever, David Hogg, I guess is his name,
right?
Who is the vice chair of the DNC? I mean, just absolute stupidity out of him, where he's looking like, I'm the man of the bunch here, and this is how it's going to be. We're going to primary all of our older people.
And for that, there is discussion of his possibly being removed from that position for just that reason.
Well, you know, he's already got a taste of politics. I mean, you know, and don't underestimate him either. Yeah, he may be a damn fool being up there and shooting his mouth off, but there's going to be some people that are going to say, well, he makes sense. Let's put the younger people in there. Well, I don't know what the average age is of the Democrats in control are, but I'm sure it's above 60. So, you know, I don't know. It is an absolute crazy world where Democrats are more worried about transgendered men playing in women's sports, where they're worried about the illegal aliens having due process when they didn't give a damn about due process coming into this country illegally. You know, it's a damn topsy-turvy world out there. You got Harvard suing Trump because Trump says you ain't getting that $2 billion we've been giving you annually. Well, my question is, if they've already got $58 billion in the bank, why in the hell are we taxpayers?
Why are they needing taxpayers' money?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and it's not just them. I mean, Columbia, where they were having all them issues last year, they're getting, you know, $700 million or better. It's like, my God, why? If they are not protecting all students, and they've already got, you know, money in the bank, well, why in the hell should we go ahead and subsidize them? I don't understand that. And I guess according to Harvard, you know, it's a constitutional, you know, they're constitutionally supposed to be getting that money. I think is one of their arguments. And I'm thinking, you know, even though I don't read the Constitution very much, you know, or have a whole lot of, you know, reading the fine print, but I'm pretty sure it's not in the Constitution that says we're going to give them money. I think it's just someone who's wanting to make a name for themselves or trying to stir up trouble saying that. But no, they don't. You either going to make it or you ain't. And I think these these bigger colleges, they've got enough support, they can go ahead and go on their own. It's for research. Well, use your own damn money. Good night. So, then you got Timmy, Tampon Tim, up there in Minnesota giving a state of the state address. And he is absolutely hitting every subject, which is a 90-10 against what he was saying. Why are they going to sacrifice themselves on the sword for wanting transgendered men playing in women's sports? Why can't they just say, you know what? Okay, fine. You think you're a woman, but you're not. You may have the bumpers, but you also got the tree stump there. Why don't they just go ahead and have them their own little damn place to play? I mean, they're playing with themselves already. They might as well go ahead and play with them, on their own terms. And I leave women's sports alone. I mean, there's so many cases of women getting hurt because of transgendered men ran into them or hit a volleyball so damn hard, like that one girl from 2019 where her hopes and dreams of being in college on a scholarship were dashed. Men winning scholarships for being in women's sports when they can't do jack squat when they were playing against, other men. I don't know. It is just so damn aggravating. It is beyond words how hard-headed these people are in supporting something that they know shouldn't be done, but because they're politicians and they want the vote, they'll stoop down and kiss babies and shake hands.
But in most cases, they're not getting more votes, though. I mean, that's why did Kamala Harris not win? One of the big issues on her was, I think, abortion. But as far as the men playing in women's sports, I did have a story I was planning to share here, so we'll just jump over to that. A couple weeks ago, we told you about, remember the championship match of the Ultimate Pool's Women's Pro Series event that actually came down to two men vying for the title in the Women's Pro Series. Now, this was in the UK. The UK, where just last week the Supreme Court there ruled that women are only adult human females. Females. Men that identify as a female are not women. Now, Ultimate Pool has, with that ruling, they've changed the rules to prohibit men from the women's event. Well, too little too late for the women that participated this year. Just more than 2 weeks ago, two biological males squared off in the championship match. Both of those finalists are males who identify as women. They earned as much prize money as the 14 women they defeated combined. But they say that's not going to happen again in the Ultimate Pool because the organization updated their policies this week with effect from 23rd of April 2025, which was, day before yesterday. Trans women will not be eligible to participate in the women's series, nor will trans women be eligible to be selected for international events in the female category. The organization says that they commissioned an experts report to determine if billiards would be considered a gender-affected sport. Put simply, do biological males have any physical inherent advantages over biological females? And according to the report, yes, indeed they do. The clear conclusion of the biological and Q Sports experts who jointly authored the report was that 8-ball pool was a gender-affected sport, and that in cue sports in general, female players have unique disadvantages compared to male players, and that transgender women retain those male advantages. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, in answer to your question, what time is the funeral for the Pope there on Saturday? I guess you're going to have to stay up extra late or get up extra early. At 3 o'clock a.m. Central Time. So that's 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central. Yeah, it looks like Senior Heatwave, I think he's in the Mountain Time. So 2 a.m. for you, 1 o'clock in the morning for folks on the West Coast. That translates to 10 a.m. local time. They're at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City, Rome, Italy. And it says, of course, it will be televised on the major news networks, including NBC, CBS, CNN, ABC, international broadcasters like the BBC. It'll be streaming on platforms such as Peacock, Hulu, the Vatican News YouTube channel. So there you go. Yeah, bright and early there on a Saturday morning. If you really want to tune in, well, maybe set the DVR if you've got one available. Meanwhile, morning to Knucklebuster. You going to stay up extra late or get up early to watch the funeral?
Oh, absolutely not.
Didn't think so.
I'll be in the bed as fast as I can get in there. I'm going to go to bed after you and I get through talking there. You know, all the guys' children said amen on what the British Supreme Court did over there. I agree with it. I don't even like men that wear earrings. Well, don't stop there. Put a bra, panties, dress, high heels, get yourself a purse. Get your man junk cut off, too, while you're at it. Then you can identify as a female, right?
Tell it
well,
like
don't answer that.
Tell it like it is, Knucklebuster.
Well, we made it to Casual Friday, Mr. Steve Summers.
Here we are.
I made it up here to Chicago to straighten out this mess everything got going this week. Anyway, Tennessee is still battling pneumonia, and she's on antibiotics, and I got all the cameras pointed at her. So every time she moves at the house, I can open the camera up and look at her. So, well, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, the Cardinals and the Reds play.
Oh, yeah?
I drove by Busch Stadium today, home of the St. Louis Cardinals, and I threw some winning luck out the window as I was driving by, Steve. So all I can tell us is may the best team win. And I'll congratulate the Rambler and the Braves for 2 out of 3 win on the Cardinals this week there. I saw where Deion Sanders' son didn't.
I had all but forgotten. Yeah, I guess what the draft thing kicked off this past evening. I forgot about that.
Yeah, he didn't go in the first round either. So he might be a Tom Brady kind of get the 6th round and then become a GOAT. You know, You never know. I saw on the drive the largest, most powerful John Deere tractor ever is this 830 horsepower, 1.2 million behemoth, Steve. I guess I pronounced that word right there. That makes my little old 850 25 horsepower John Deere look pale in comparison there, right?
No doubt.
Yep. Well, the babbling beasts of them South American countries are outraged at being flooded with their own citizens back in, see?
Well,
that's crazy, ain't it?
Even they don't want them, huh?
Yep, that's right. Well, let's give a simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and all the other Uncle Sam's misguided children out there. Y'all buy some Stabile products, some Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And y'all have to call Steve because I'm fixing to go to bed at 844-844-3388. And, you know, I told you one time that Tennessee told me 3 inches more I'd be a king and 3 inches less I'd be a queen. Well, she called me today and wanted to know, said 3 two-letter words that mean small.
I'm thinking. Do you got the answer?
Yeah, well, after she gave me the answer, I just hung up on her. Is it in?
Okay, there you go. That's 3 two-letter words.
Pneumonia and all, she's still got a good sense of humor. Have a great weekend, Mr. Steve Summers. We'll talk to you next week, brother.
All right. Be careful there getting out of Chicago, all right? You made it in. Now you got to get out. And, of course, we get a news break here. It is a Friday coming on. Ready for the weekend? It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is pausing parts of an executive order issued by President Trump.
The judge says Trump doesn't have the authority to require proof of citizenship for voters in federal elections. The ruling maintains that this authority rests with Congress and the states. The judge opted not to block another provision of the executive order that withholds federal funding from states that don't comply with a deadline for mail-in ballots. She found the groups who challenged the provision lacked the standing to do so. I'm Brian Shook.
Birth rates in the U.S. are at a near record low.
About 3.6 million babies were born in the U.S. last year. That's a 1% increase from 2023, which saw an all-time low. The Trump administration has been considering new policies to encourage women to have more babies, including giving $5,000 in cash to each woman who gives birth. I'm Michael Kastner.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Could it be just possible that the ramifications of having an open border for the past 4 years might just be a contributing factor to the incredible amount of drug cartel members that have made their way into this country? Just a question. Reason I ask. The Drug Enforcement Administration's Seattle field office announcing this week that 46 Honduran nationals linked to the Sinaloa cartel have been arrested in a series of drug enforcement missions in Portland, Oregon over the last few days. In the press release, the Drug Enforcement Administration's Seattle field office announcing a multi-agency fentanyl enforcement operation resulting in dozens of arrests and the seizure of drugs, firearms, cash in Portland, Oregon. Honduran drug traffickers working for the Sinaloa cartel infiltrated Portland, flooding the area with deadly fentanyl and other drugs, according to the release. The focus of this investigation was to interrupt what has become the open-air drug market in Multnomah County. The Seattle Field Office Division noted in the press release 46 traffickers were arrested in this multi-agency operation. While the Drug Enforcement Administration Seattle Division described the arrested traffickers as Honduran nationals, federal law enforcement sources told the outlet the drug traffickers are likely illegal immigrants. In addition to the 46 arrests, the Drug Enforcement Administration said law enforcement officials seized $204,000 plus in cash, 20 firearms, more than 2,500 fentanyl pills, 44 pounds of fentanyl powder, 22 pounds of methamphetamine, 9 pounds of cocaine, 2 pounds of heroin. Pictures of some of the items seized in the operation were shared on X by the field office there. Now, the Drug Enforcement Administration explained that a dose of just 2 milligrams of fentanyl is considered to be deadly and that almost 70% of drug poisoning and overdose deaths actually involve fentanyl. The fentanyl seized by our team in this case could have yielded over 1.5 million lethal doses, enough to kill everyone in Portland twice, according to the special agent in charge. I'm proud the DEA could help our partners bring this surge to a successful conclusion. Lives in Portland and throughout Oregon will be saved here, but for 4 years, day in and day out, we've said all these individuals crossing into the country could be cartel members, could be foreign terrorist organization members. We had the whole scenario where the Democrats were trying to downplay that the Venezuelan had emptied their prisons to send their criminals to the United States. Remember that over the last couple of years? Democrats trying to say, that's a lie, it's not true. A chilling new assessment from the FBI revealed that some Venezuelan government officials are facilitating the migration of Tren de Aragua gang members into the U.S., aiming to undermine public safety as a means of destabilization here. Shared with Fox News, it underscores the disturbing foreign interference plot targeting our communities in America. According to the FBI, certain officials within the regime of President Maduro are using Tren de Aragua as proxies to advance their agenda. Known for their violent transnational operations, they've expanded their reach into the U.S. amid the mass migration of Venezuelans fleeing the country's economic and political collapse. Their findings, the FBI points to a deliberate strategy by the Venezuelan government to exploit America's borders. One senior administration official said that these actions align with the Maduro's regime's broader goal of destabilizing not just the U.S., but also countries like Chile, Ecuador, Peru, Colombia. Tren de Aragua's activities in the U.S. are extensive and brutal, recently indicting 27 members or associates of the gang with racketeering, narcotics trafficking, sex trafficking, robbery, firearms offenses, highlighting the severity of their operations. Their tactics are ruthless. They've been linked to murders, shootings, trafficking of young Venezuelan women into commercial sex work. They've also targeted small businesses with robbery and extortion, often using that signature pink powder drug called Tussie as their calling card. We talked pretty in depth last evening about the 27 that have been brought up on RICO Act charges. This is the price you pay for having a wide open border. Just saying. Morning, Horse Feathers. Casual Friday. What do you say?
Morning, yeah. Yeah, not a whole lot. Just kind of relaxing here. So last night, kind of got a kick out of. They had the one of the Inside Editions or something like that on there, and they were over there in Italy and saying how disrespectful it was that the people that are going to view the Pope's body there, you know, they showed the lines, the masses in line of them there, waiting to get in and see them, and they're being disrespectful by taking a picture of them while they, you know, when they go past in the viewing and that, you know, because everybody's got a cell phone or whatever, and so they're just, you know, for memory and a keepsake and stuff. So meanwhile, they have their cameras focused on him and saying how he has this purplish black and blue shade on the side of his face, and how the, you know, the medical people say, well, that's part of, you know, the getting the body ready for rest. But they have the camera zoomed right into his face for the whole TV. Wait a minute. If it's bad for the people to have a keepsake memory from the Pope to enjoy for themselves, why isn't it wrong for the news media people to be there with their cameras?
Focused right on him.
Isn't that disrespectful?
Good question.
So the next question is how many people are in Italy at this point? I mean, how did the airlines manage to get all these flights, to get all these people here within this last week?
Yeah.
To you know, rearrange all their schedules and flight plans and you know, relocating planes and what they do with all the planes when they got to Italy, because there wasn't people leaving yet. And then the next question is where are all these people staying, Your Honor? Is there that many hotels? I mean, is there that many hotel rooms?
Good question. Yeah, I guess everything's packed and stacked in Rome. That's for sure.
I guess, and then of course at some point there after the funeral, everybody's going to have to leave. So are they going to have to like bring all extra airplanes in to get all these people back out? I can only imagine the logistic nightmare this has been. You know, trying to do all that, but. Kind of crazy. But speaking of logistic nightmares, so last night I told you about 83 being closed between Baltimore and York on the northbound side there at the 31-mile marker, and it ended up there was a rolled over tractor trailer, and apparently in the process it looked like the frame from the fifth wheel actually detached from the frame of the truck. So I don't know, some sort of securement problem there keeping the two together, but I can't say that one caused the other, you know, I don't know, you know, which one caused what problem, because they didn't show the truck in the picture that I saw. They only showed the trailer. And but anyways, it looked like it was an extensive cleanup, and the trailer was actually blocking both lanes. It was kind of crossways on the highway, and so that was pretty much the reason for the complete road closure. So anyways, they got that cleaned up, and they're continuing to work on their resurfacing project in both directions in that area. So if you're going up and down through there, use caution. I don't know if they've started putting the new blacktop down where they've pulled the old blacktop up yet, but I hate to say it, they're actually resurfacing a section of road that, in my opinion, probably wasn't quite ready for it yet. There's a lot of other places that are in a lot worse condition, and instead of going around and assessing and making sure they do the worst first, this is on the schedule to do, so even though it's only half worn out, we're taking this up and putting new down here, because, well, I guess there's still, you said there's still money to be used in the highway repair funding budget there you were talking about the other day. So
correct.
So I guess whatever they scheduled in to do, and so I take it there's a new sponsor on the air. I hear you've been having Rainey's with the spot.
What's the odds of that? We were just talking about Rainey's the other day, and you were kind of explaining to me what they were all about, and yeah, Ryan downloaded my new spot blocks that I put in this before the show, and there they are. Rainey's is on board. I guess he's one of the 30-30s that he talked to while we were down in Louisville.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they're only a couple aisles over from the Hot Shot Secret booth there over in the North Wing. So and they have a pretty good sized booth themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as you said, we've actually been talking because I heard you mention something about their
truck show.
They're having a first annual truck show. Yep, and right there at their place in Ocala, and it's they're hoping to raise $80,000 to grant 8 children 8 wishes. I figure it's about $10,000 a wish. So they're hoping to do that, and that's through their local Make-A-Wish chapter. I actually talked to a lady called Nadine, who's in charge of trying to set this whole thing up. Her and I guess Mr. Rainey that owns Rainey's Truck Parts is they're working with that in their local Make-A-Wish chapter, and they actually came up because of the Make-A-Wish truck convoy, Mother's Day truck convoy. One of the people at our head office there for the Philadelphia, Delaware, Susquehanna chapter is actually helping them out with such a large event and what to do and what things work and what things. Here's the thing you want to ask somebody for. If you're going to do something, not only do you ask them how do you do something and what works best, ask them what doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
If they have a list of things that don't do this, because it'll cause congestion or problems or whatever. But if there's somebody that's helping you out, always ask them what doesn't work as well as what does work. I mean, that was probably the greatest thing that I've ever had. That for people telling me how to try to fundraise and stuff is what not to do.
Mm-hmm.
So then I don't have to go through making the same mistakes that they did, because most of the time they can tell you because they made those mistakes. But anyways, yeah. Other than that, things are doing pretty good. Yeah, I hope good people of Florida get a chance to get down there, enjoy. As you said, going to the truck show itself is free. There is a registration charge to get a truck in. Really, their registration is closed at this point. They were trying to pre-register everybody, but talking to Nadine, there's still a few spots left. So if somebody's out there hearing this for the first time and said, damn, I'd really like to go to that, call Rainey's themselves, ask for Nadine, and I think there'll be a way to get you in, because this is what I was actually talking about the other day of trying to get to Florida for. So if there's a way I can pull it off, I'm actually going to try to get down to Ocala on the 31st. Right now I don't know if I can swing the airline tickets or not. They're a little bit steeper than what being as close as it is, just over a month out. They got the prices up on them, so I don't know if I can pull it off or not.
Mm-hmm.
Or I got a brother-in-law that runs horses from New Jersey to Florida, and I might see if I can stick a thumb out and see if I can hook a ride, see if it'll work out. But he hasn't got his schedule out yet for that.
Maybe he'll let you ride back with the ponies.
So that's right. As long as he doesn't have to have me ride the pony all the way back.
Right.
But anyways, but other than that, I don't know. Not a whole lot other than that going on. Just kind of got our normal 4:00 in the morning start thing here, and as I was getting started there, I heard Buckwheat's conversation there. So I don't know. I was keep track of him there. He's got friends there that buys underwear in a store and takes it back to another store. Might want to watch out for this guy.
Right.
Anyways, but other than that, so I guess everybody have a good weekend, and just remember, Casual Friday don't mean drive naked.
That's correct. All right, Horse Feathers Casual Friday. We'll be right back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn Learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, indeed, on a Friday morning. See what's going on with Brain Dead. Were you following the NFL draft at all, or not really?
I listened to a few of the first few picks, but being in and out of the truck, delivering freight, it's kind of hard to keep a track on what's
going on, yeah.
Who, what, where, when, yeah. Because I'm about to pull back up into the warehouse right now. But, Steve, I'm going to say this, and no disrespect to any of our police officers, but if I see any more blue lights, you're going to see me in a mental hospital because it has been one of those screwed up nights. I get down to the store. There's a store on Highway 49, just south of I-20 in Jackson, Mississippi, and I get down there, make my delivery, come back out, and just about the I-20, it's blocked off. Pandemonium. I mean, what's hitting the fan.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a way to get around to whatever's going on to get back up. So I'm thinking it's just an accident, right? Nothing to really worry about. Well, that road is blocked, so you have to turn around and go out this other way to get back up to the interstate. So I'm like, okay, well, this is going to be even more fun. So I finally got able to get out, get through traffic, and then make my other delivery in a town called Byram, Mississippi, that's off of I-55. And then coming back out, I was talking to Porn Star about it. He says, well, they're having a hostage situation down there. I'm like, oh, great. Just what I need right now. Just what I need. And then now coming back up here to the warehouse, the road that I turned down on to come to the back side of the warehouse, well, if I was to keep going straight, that road would be blocked off. So needless to say, just no disrespect to officers, I don't want to see any more blue lights tonight.
Enough is enough, right? I get you.
Plans for the? Oh yeah. So, what's your big plans for the weekend here, buddy? You gonna cut grass and drink Skull Busters?
I actually had the presence of mind, and I'm glad I did, to cut the grass this past day because I woke up to the rumbles of thunder and kind of had a little bit of rain this past day, and I think we got more coming our way.
Man, I'll be doing that grass cutting myself too, other than doing that nasty other four-letter word. But like I said, I've got a big story breaking in the world of hockey, and I'll save that here for just a minute. But this weekend we got the Crash Fest. The NASCAR race at
Talladega. Yeah, Demolition Derby.
So, oh yeah. So I'm going to take Brad Keselowski, William Byron, Denny Hamlin, and Austin Cindric to win, because if you look at it, Talladega and Daytona are similar tracks. Not exactly. They're very alike. And remember, back at the 500, the fours were pretty much dominating the field. So I honestly think this might be a good race for Brad Keselowski, because he has won it. I know once. I can't remember if it's been 2 or 3 times, but I know that he does very well here, or he has done very well here. But and last night we were talking about Rodney Childers getting let go over at Spire, and I read their what you call it, their little press release today, and I honestly, they are the stupidest people in the world. The stupidest. You have a crew chief here who has got 20 years in with the series, with NASCAR. In 2024, Spire ended the season 31st in points. So now you hired this guy in to help you out. You're 23rd in points right now, 10 races in, 23rd in points, and you get rid of him. You say in your statement you want to win a championship, and you have a crew chief here that has won a championship, but yet you show him the door. What kind of thinking are we doing here? Because if I've got a guy.
I mean, you got to be in.
Proven winner.
You got to be in the top 15, though, don't you? You got to be. Is it 12 or 15? You got to be in to actually get in the playoffs. 23rd, maybe they're saying ain't cutting it.
Right, but you're moving in the right direction, though. I mean, when you're going from this bottom in the
31st to 23rd, that's progress up. But I don't know. You can't realistically flip from 31st to a top 5 team overnight, right? It takes time, but we'll return after this.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A man is facing charges related to starting what's now a massive wildfire in New Jersey. Police say 19-year-old Joseph Kling faces 1 count of arson and another charge of aggravated arson. James Herbst owns Liberty Overhead Door. He spoke with WPVI.
It's completely gone. There's about $5 million in product inside. Lost everything.
Authorities allege he started the bonfire Tuesday in the woods by lighting up wooden pallets and then knowingly left the scene with the fire not properly being put out. Luigi Mangione is preparing for his arraignment. The 26-year-old is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. He'll be arraigned on federal murder charges tomorrow. Attorney General Pam Bondi says she plans to pursue the death penalty. More than 100 cardinals, including New York's Timothy Dolan, continue to meet ahead of the upcoming conclave, during which the next pope will be selected. Dolan commented on the meetings following a mass he held Thursday night on top of Rome's famous Spanish Steps.
Each of the cardinals will have a chance to speak. They don't speak about, we think this cardinal would be a good pope. No, they speak about the beauty and the challenges of the church in their diocese.
Dolan was part of the conclave that chose Francis in 2013. President Trump signed multiple executive orders centered around education yesterday.
Trump signed the 7 orders Wednesday from the Oval Office, with some of the changes including introducing a new college accreditation process, as well as improving education centered around AI technology.
Somebody today, a very smart person, said that AI is the way to the future. I don't know if that's right or not, but certainly very smart people are investing in it heavily.
2 executive actions were signed targeting efforts to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in the classroom. He says U.S. education's finally getting out of the business of DEI. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
A news report seems to have scared off Columbia University students who had planned to set up a tent encampment today to protest the continuing Israel-Hamas war in Gaza.
I don't know how they could feasibly do more protests. It seems like everything's locked down.
Dozens of Columbia students held a secret meeting in Brooklyn where they organized an encampment for today and tomorrow, like the one that caused chaos on the campus last year. There were security checkpoints, locked gates, multiple police officers, and no signs of tents or protesters. Rutgers University's search for a new president now has a familiar name in the mix, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy.
Governor Murphy, whose term limited, has been approached about taking the helm at Rutgers. The 250-year-old university has been considering its options since last September, when Jonathan Holloway announced his plans to step down this June. The 67-year-old governor reportedly has been considering his next career move, but Murphy's not commenting on the Rutgers rumor, and neither is the university. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
Blue Shield of California is notifying nearly 5 million members that their private health information may have been shared with Google through a tracking tool.
You may have also seen targeted ads related to your health data. A misconfiguration allowed Google to potentially access sensitive details like your family size, medical claims, and insurance plan. Blue Shield has since fixed the issue by disconnecting the tracking tool and believes that no data has been shared after January 2024. I'm Dina Kodiak.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
CP4 injection pump failure.
The CP4 has an unusually high failure rate, up to 7% in the U.S. compared to a less than 1% in Europe. A contributing factor is the lack of lubricity in ultra-low sulfur fuels. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity and protects your CP4.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Here we are. Welcome into a Friday, casual Friday. And thanks for being a part of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. All right, breaking news in the world of hockey. What's going on?
Well, one other thing real quick, and we'll get to that. Now, yes, you are right. It does take a while to get to that point. You do have to take baby steps. But obviously they thought that Rodney Childers could come in, wave a wand, and be done.
Mm-hmm.
So, and while we're at stupidity, Steve, now, Steve, let me get to one other thing real quick. Kyle Larson decided to want to wreck today at the Indy 500 testing.
Saw that.
So
what kind of impact is that going to have? So the car's pretty tore up, right?
Oh, yeah, the car's tore up, but they have all the bits and pieces to put it back together like it was brand new. So that whole body and everything's carbon fiber.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's where NASCAR got the whole plug-and-play kind of attitude from. But now, let's talk to stupidity number 2, Steve. Now, what is the one thing we have always talked about with NASCAR? Run them like you brung them, right? Let the boys be boys, right?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Well, NASCAR has finally decided to listen to the fans. Come the All-Star race, NASCAR went to the teams and said, hey, you can do whatever you want. We don't care what you do, how you do it. The car can do whatever, but you must concede to the 750 horsepower, and it must pass our safety standards. Do whatever. You know what the team said, Steve?
What's that?
No.
No?
They don't want to do it. Whoa. Yeah, the team said no. It's like, wait a minute, wait. The fans are complaining because they want this. NASCAR is giving you the free pass here, and you don't want it? Hello? Earth calling. Are we not paying attention here? So now at the All-Star race, they're not going to do that. So they are going to have a team showdown. They're going to have 2 drivers from selected teams to come out and going to do a race. Now, the All-Star race has also been expanded to 250 laps from 100 laps. Yeah, 100 laps. So, needless to say, the elevator is not going that high up with the teams. But anyway, now to the breaking news in the world of hockey. And this is something that I had totally forgot about. Hockey Canada has 5 members from the 2018 junior hockey team that is on trial for sexual assault. Now, if I butcher the names, Rambler, please correct me, brother, because I know you're listening. Alex Formenton, Carter Hart, Dylan Dube, Michael McLeod, and Cal Fulton. Now, McLeod has an additional charge of being party to the offense. Now, this all started after a fundraising event in 2018. The allegations came to light in May of 2022 when Hockey Canada settled a lawsuit with a lady who claimed she was sexually assaulted in the London, Ontario hotel room. She claims that 8 players assaulted her for hours after she met a group of guys at a bar and had willingly left with one guy for consensual relations.
Mm-hmm.
But he also invited several other friends over without her knowledge. She claims she did not have consensual relations, as she claims some severe things, and I'm not going into detail because it's just that kind of a show, that happened. She also says she spent the night in a hotel room as she was threatened if she left. The police did investigate it, but the case was closed due to lack of evidence. Well, now there's new evidence to open the old case again, and additional interviews announced the 5 charges. These 5 players went on to play in the NHL and are in the NHL now. These were some of the big names that were making their way up to the ranks when this happened. Now the trial is underway. Each player has their own attorney, and if they are convicted, they can be sentenced up to 10 years in jail, Steve.
Wow.
So this is something really big that's going to have to be watched, because you're talking some good name and big name players. So with that, my friend, I'm fixing to head to the house, and I'm going to grab me some Whataburger on the way home. I hope Dingbat's not listening to this.
All right. Well, have a good weekend there. We'll chat sometime next week. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. Well, speaking of hockey, morning, Brother Rambler.
Praise God. Good morning, Steve. And forgive me, I'm a little bit under the weather tonight. I don't know what's going on. I got some sort of a bug. I woke up. I just couldn't get warm, not nauseated, not sick to my stomach. Just, man, my bones were aching, and just could not get warm, and was very weak. But when I start, but when I start feeling like that, I know where to go. I go to the doctor. That's Dr. Jesus. Praise God. And I've been clinging on to my faith tonight, listening to good old gospel music, and I'm never too sick to ever raise my hand towards heaven and praise Jesus for everything that He's done for us. And Steve, if He never blesses me with a single thing ever again, He did enough by what He did at Calvary's cross. And Brain Dead, God bless you, brother. I love you to death, man. And I saw that in hockey. It's the players, I forget his name. It begins with the F. His dad was a former NHL player also. And there's a lot of substantial evidence there that shows that sexual assault did happen. And I can see how it easily happens. I mean, you get a snootful, and, we live in a pornographic age in these days. And, you go back to the hotel room, and, the hockey player says, hey, man, I got this girl that she's a complete freak. You got to come and check this out. And all of a sudden, you got a room full of guys, and, the drugs are flowing, the booze is flowing, and the hormones are flowing, and all of a sudden it turns into one big GB.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but the other thing that made news, and Dirty Harry would like this because he's a big old Boston Bruins fan. Boston Bruins unloaded at the end of what they would call their All-Star break, which that was the Four Nations game, which we found out after the season that Dylan Larkin from my Detroit Red Wings come out and said that he actually got hurt in that game and played hurt all season, and people were kind of giving him a hard time. I was like, hey, man, you went from scoring a lot of goals, you're not scoring that much. Well, he come out and finally said the reason why I wasn't scoring is I was hurt. I just didn't come off the ice because I'm the team captain. But what Boston did, they unloaded six talents. One of them was voted hockey's #1 goon, and the captain, former captain of the Boston Bruins, Brad Marchand there. And which I was shocked. I didn't know that he was Canadian. But there was a huge fight. I sent it to you in the email between the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Florida Panthers. And get this, Dirty Harry, Brad Mershon wasn't even involved in it. That's what shocks me, because he's voted hockey's #1 goon, and he plays for the Florida Panthers now. And he was nowhere involved. And I heard what you said at the beginning of the show about that one place between I think it's what'd y'all call it? The clave, the cleave, whatever it is. Yeah, that's whenever that's a legal hit that you could just smash the goalie. But you better be prepared. I remember back in the day, you were playing the Avalanche. You did that to Patrick Roy. He would definitely come out and fight you. So would the Red Wings goalie Chris Osgood. He would fight you too. Steve, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, like I said, but I'm here tonight because I want to bring attention to this sweet lady. I made a post on my Facebook page, and you talk about me feeling under the weather. There's a sweet lady, and I have it under good authority. I don't know who this person is. I never met her, but the more I got driving down the road this morning, I felt the Holy Spirit speaking to me, and the Holy Spirit was just speaking, saying, this woman is full of love and kindness, and she is a child of the Father. And if y'all would just please lift up Polly Metz in your prayers, if you will. God knows the need. I'm not going to get into it. But she's got a tough battle, God's children. And she's a very sweet, loving woman. And if you could just lift her up, and, you know, when you pray over your meal, if you could just write down Polly, like Polly wants a cracker Mets, like not like the New York Mets, but spelled with a Z.
Right.
You know, and just remember her, you know, just say, Lord, I pray for Polly Metz. You know what she's going through. So just kind of remember her, if you would, God's children. Other than that, Steve, we want you to come on and be with us at church. I'm so very proud. Some folks had contacted me and said that they actually studied a little bit about where Jesus went during the 3 days, you know, he laid in the tomb. And we're going to really delve into that this Sunday, God's children. We're going to be coming out of the book of 1 Peter and the book of Ephesians. And you don't want to miss this. I'm going to tell a very personal story of a funeral I had to do. That was a very difficult funeral. And I didn't even know the person. But I'm going to get into this, and my pastor couldn't do it. He asked me if I could. And this has been several years ago, and he sat me down, told me the details of what happened, which I never like for anybody to ever do. I just don't want to know anything about it. But he had to tell me the details surrounding this. So it was very personal, and to meet the family of such a tragedy that happens, you're going to want to hear this. So tune in with us, God's children. Determined Ministries Church, that's where you can find us at on Facebook. We do have a YouTube. And I'm slowly but surely learning how to download from Facebook, download it to the gallery, and transfer it to our YouTube page. We do have a YouTube page, Determined Ministries Church, on YouTube. And just come on and be with us. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m., God's children, 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. Well, Central Time. Standard Time is whenever the clocks fall back, which, you know, I thoroughly enjoy the sun coming up at 5 o'clock in the morning. It helps keep me wake up, you know. But we'd love for you to come on and join us. And there's another show that comes on after mine. So when you get done having church with us, go in there, eat supper, make a sandwich, eat a bowl of soup, eat a big old piece of chocolate cake, and stay tuned for Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And God, do not forget, if you want to support this show, and listen, grilling season is coming up. Well, what's grilling season? That is right there at Memorial Day. That's what they call grilling season starts. It's also, according to Philip Morgan, God, and I love Philip too, that is hurricane season starts around that time also. The grilling season is right around Memorial Day, and what better to have when you're out there manning the grill, whether you're a man or a woman, manning the grill, than to have yourself that 30-ounce cup, that tumbler that we have over at overnightdriveradio.com. You can go over there and get that and get all your Steve Sommers Overnight Drive needs over at overnightdriveradio.com. And we sell the T-shirts, koozies, and the best value you can get is a 50-cent sticker. 50 cent stickers, God's children. You can put on the back of your 18-wheeler. You can put on your lunch boxes, wherever you want to put it at, you know. So other than that, I'll leave you with this, and that's love. Love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do, and God's children, we'll see you this Sunday at Determined Ministries Church. Good night. God bless. Bye now.
All right, and I know you will have one new listener. They're coming up this evening, this weekend, because I got an email from one of our listening friends here this past evening, and he said, can you get me the name of Brother Rambler's church so I can watch his services? When he says it on the air, I just don't get it. So I sent him the link to your Facebook page. He got that because he sent me a reply. Thank you, Steve. So
your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
That's not secret. We share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot's secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
Rolling up on 25 past the hour. Rolling into a Friday, the greatest day of the week. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. Well, I'm glad everybody that called this show has got an opinion because I got one.
Okay.
I disagree with Brother Rambler and Brain Dead. He said influential names, correct? That was going to go places on what happened in that motel, hotel, no-tell room, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just got a bad feeling. Remember what happened, 30 years ago? That just came to be rectified, that it was a damn lie, a damnable lie. How about that Duke Lacrosse case? They stopped all them fine young men from ever having a good life that she just really railed into the ditch. I just something when that was brought up, that was the first thing I thought of. Just may just be a bluster in the wind.
Could be.
And it's damn sad if it is, but and if they lose their lives over this garbage, I'm sorry. There's not a lie room in the country that could hold her. Thanks for passing my number along. Talked to 4020, and I talked to oh my word, Heatwave.
Oh, okay.
Had a long conversation, but hey, Knucklebuster's right. I've seen that $1.2 million John Deere behemoth. I've sat in it for a moment.
Really?
Steve, I don't know where in the God's green earth we could turn that big boy around at. It'd take a 60 foot chisel plow, and I put it this way, you could knock it down, and I'm sorry. We play with the grain markets too dang much for me to be paying $1.2 million for a tractor. But with 30,000 acres or more, you might need it. 30,000 or less, you don't need it. But Steve, are we going to shut the country down? And I'm asking a serious question on this. Did you happen to see the bill and legislation coming through Oklahoma? They're following the state of Arkansas.
Yeah, the language thing. Yeah, I did touch on that here a bit earlier. Sure did.
Okay, the B1, B2.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we're talking about shutting down the major arteries that go from L.A. to New York and everywhere else. And it just honestly, I go to the truck stops and I don't see anybody that can speak English, and the dangest thing about it, Steve, I don't know what in the hell we're going to do. We're going to have to come up with a better pay, or something going to have to be better to get the American citizens back in these trucks and act like we did. Okay, I can't say this, but go back and way we used to do it, sir, instead of all this crap that we don't need in these trucks. And anybody with to be an owner operator, $250,000 plus almost 300,000. Yes, sir. But y'all have a good weekend.
All righty there. You do the same, Plowboy.
Talk to you.
We're rolling up on bottom of the hour news break just ahead. Here we got I know Eagles probably headed to Talladega. Maybe he's in Talladega. We'll find out. Yeah, it looks like old Charlie Farquharson. The impersonator. Looks to check in coming up here. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. Rolling into a Friday. Here comes the weekend. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A man is facing charges related to starting what's now a massive wildfire in New Jersey. Police say 19-year-old Joseph Kling faces 1 count of arson and another charge of aggravated arson. James Herbst owns Liberty Overhead Door. He spoke with WPVI.
It's completely gone. Lost everything.
Authorities allege he started the bonfire Tuesday in the woods by lighting up wooden pallets and then knowingly left the scene with the fire not properly being put out. Luigi Mangione is preparing for his arraignment. The 26-year-old is accused of killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson last year. He'll be arraigned on federal murder charges tomorrow. Attorney General Pam Bondi says she plans to pursue the death penalty.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average gained 486 points. The S&P 500 rose by 108 points. The Nasdaq gained 457 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back live on a Friday. Now, what's up for the weekend? Talladega. I know that's one. How we looking, Eagle? Are we on the way? Are we in Talladega or not quite yet? What's going on?
Yeah, that's why I didn't call in the last couple of nights. I've been doing some serious driving. I told you I had left Texas on Tuesday, rolling towards Alabama, so couldn't get in to call the last couple of nights. But I'm sitting in Birmingham, Alabama right now. I got to deliver this load in the morning. 8 o'clock, and then I'm rolling to Talladega. Is only like about 60 or 70 miles from Birmingham. So I'll be in I'll be in Talladega tomorrow afternoon. So I'm gonna try to go to the practice, and they supposed to have qualifying for the Infinity cars tomorrow. I'll probably check that out, and then I'm definitely gonna be there on Saturday and Sunday. So they had a qualifying for the 500 Talladega race on Sunday on Saturday. So yeah, I'm gonna be there probably 3 days. Yeah, I told you I'm not making the same mistake I made last year where I rolled in on Sunday afternoon and Sunday morning and got in all that traffic trying to get into the track. So I'm already in Talladega tomorrow. Look like the weather is pretty good. I checked out the weather this afternoon on Google, and look like they're not expecting no rain or nothing on Saturday and Sunday. So that's a good deal. Looking for some action-packed racing in Talladega. I hope it's a good weekend. That's what I'm hoping for. See how things go. It was good. It was a pretty decent race last year, so hopefully things to go off. But it's already packed up right now in Birmingham. A lot of people. I've seen these hotels already full of people. It's getting rolling into Talladega tomorrow. So a lot of people gonna be headed to the track tomorrow morning. So as soon as I deliver this load, I'm driving to the TA truck stop. They got a TA in Talladega right before you get to the track. Park my truck there, and then I got a rental car. Take the rental car to the track. So have a good weekend this weekend, and then after that, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna be doing. But yeah, Steve, before I get to the politics situation, I want to talk about something I talked to you earlier in the week when I called in on Monday, I think it was, about the truck traffic. I don't know if you talked about that over the last couple of nights, but things are really slow. Like I say, it's moving pretty good for me, but I'm seeing a lot of bad signs, and I seen a news report today on World News, and they were talking about the ports out in Long Beach, California, that they getting ready to lay people off because those ships that come from China with them big containers on them, they not coming to the U.S. as of right now, and they say that these guys ain't gonna have no work in the next couple of weeks. It's gonna be dead unless Trump can come to some kind of agreement. And besides that, I don't know if you heard this, Steve. I heard this on another news report, not your news report. Have you heard this information that Donald Trump has been saying that him and his people are working on a deal with China? Well, somebody in China apparently feels like that's not true. Somebody in China said that was a lie, that one of the spokesmen said that there is no negotiation between China and the U.S. Have you heard? Did you hear about that today?
Yes, indeed, I did. Trump says that there have been talks, but yes, somebody in China said there is no talks. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. What the hell is going on? Somebody lying. Either Trump is lying or the Chinese is lying. So there's no in between. I was in shock when I heard that on the radio today when I was driving. I'm like, Donald Trump just said that they were trying to make a deal, and then somebody from China say ain't nobody trying to make no damn deal. So I don't know what's going on at this point, but something's got to be done. I didn't know about this, Steve. I don't know if you heard about this. I know you keep up with everything. Have you heard about the hospitals? Now, some of the hospitals are having shortages of supplies, medical supplies that come from China. Have you heard about that in the last couple of days?
That I have not seen. No, sir.
Yeah, maybe you can check on that during the break. But yeah, I heard about that on the news down in Texas before I left on Tuesday. They were saying that some of the hospitals are having shortage. The antibiotics and other things come from China. So I don't know if it's been long enough for these ships not to come to the U.S. for it to affect the hospitals, but eventually it's going to start affecting the hospitals with this situation, this tariff war that's going on between China and the U.S. So hopefully, I hope that the U.S. is trying to make some kind of deal, because eventually it's going to get the truck drivers, and it's going to start hurting the freight that's moving in the U.S. So hopefully they can reach some kind of deal in the next couple of weeks. Now, let's talk about this situation one more time, Steve, about this illegal, this immigrant that's been in the news for the last 2 weeks. I'm really fed up with this whole situation. You know, this guy from Maryland, this senator that had the nerve to go down to El Salvador and try to bring this man back to the U.S. It's just totally disgusting. And did you hear about this, Steve? I'm pretty sure you heard it. Did you hear that they have moved this individual to another location because the El Salvadorian president had heard rumors that some of these Democrats or some of these other people were going to try to kidnap or take this man and try to bring him? Did you hear about that?
No, I did not. No, I mean, only thing I heard this week is that the more details that came out that he was a confirmed human smuggler as well years ago.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you a question, Steve. I already know what your answer is. Do you think it's right for a politician to go down to El Salvador and have margaritas? They said that he was having margarita drinks and sitting down at a table with this man. Like you said, you got a smuggler, a wife beater, and God knows what else he's been involved in. This is like I said, Steve. You know, I talked to a guy the other day. I said a lot of things about Joe Biden, but you know one thing I can't say about Joe Biden that I can say about this senator from Maryland. Joe Biden lit a lot of people in this country, but one thing I will give Joe Biden credit for, and you know I don't give him credit for much, Steve. He didn't go down to El Salvador and try to bring somebody back with him. So Joe Biden, my man, if you listen tonight, I actually gave you a compliment. You didn't stoop that low. You stooped pretty low, but you didn't get that low to go down to El Salvador and have margaritas with a known criminal, and then had a gall to try to bring it back to the U.S. So I will. So Joe Biden, don't never say I gave you a compliment, and I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Hey, have fun there in Talladega. And Corey Van Hollen, he was called, what did he call it, Margarita Gate? Yeah, he's trying to say several days ago, because when the videos, the photos came out of them sitting there, and there were, what appeared to be margaritas sitting there. He said he sat down at the table with Garcia, and they both had water there. And at some point in time, he didn't know who it was, but someone had come over and put those drinks there in front of him. And he actually said one of them had less drink in it than the other to make it appear like he had drank out of it. And he said neither one of them ever touched those drinks. I don't know, but that was, the El Salvadoran president did say, he's down here having margaritas in our tropical paradise. Margarita Gate. Yeah, Trump and the China talks. That was one of the breaking stories this past day. President Trump denying China's claims that the two have not held talks in regards to the ongoing trade war. He said there were actually meetings earlier in the day. Quote, they had a meeting this morning. Now, he did not say whom they were. But he said it doesn't matter who they is. We may reveal that later, but they had meetings this morning. We've been meeting with China. Earlier, I guess, in the day, China said that they'd not held any trade talks with Washington, despite repeated comments from the U.S. suggesting there had been some engagement. The President and the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, earlier this week indicated there might be an easing in tensions with China, with the ongoing trade war. It is 16 before the hour. Friday morning, casual Friday morning, Charlie.
Hi, good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, on tonight's Points to Ponder, the first thing I need to say is, Steve, did you say that they were giving out free margaritas in El Salvador?
I didn't say...
I might have to get with right wing.
I didn't say anything about free. I don't think there's any free involved there, but yeah, you can. I'm sure they'd be happy to supply you with a margarita.
Oh, well, me and the right wing nut may need to make a road trip. I don't know whether there's any roads going into Salvador. I tried that GMA and BS Airlines. Yeah, that's a horrible experience. I ain't getting back up there in that plane. Yeah, John's Beverage buddy, John's wife is the stewardess. Yeah. Boy, that's some hairy legs right there, I'm telling you. Well, anyway, that points to ponder. My question of the night is, if you see a sign, which I noticed this from the windshield of a 76 Granada going into town the other day, it has an arrow and has a slash through it. Like one will be left turn, one will be a right turn, one will be a U-turn. Will they cut you in half for making that turn? That is what the sign indicates. And now a word from our sponsor. GMA and BS Enterprises is proud to reintroduce the product everybody's been waiting on. Yes, the cicadas are back. There is a 2025 brood. Yes, you can buy your cicada cookbook again this year for the incredible low price of $19.95. But you can get Volume 1 and Volume 2 for the incredible low price of $49.95. Yes, that's right, folks. That's an over $10 value. Yes, don't forget, too, we're firing up the cannery to can up the cicadas as soon as they emerge. So, yeah, we're looking for employees guaranteed to make at least $5 an hour. Yeah, the head of the cicadas. Yes, folks, get your canned cicadas, your cookbooks, and all right at GMA and BS Enterprises. And just remember their motto at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will cheat you, treat you right. Back.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Meanwhile, as talks continue, can there be a resolution to the Russia-Ukraine war? Yeah, based on everything that's continuing to unfold, it looks like Zelensky doesn't want it to end. Retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt this past day said that without some changes on the part of Vladimir Zelensky, President Trump could simply walk away from attempts to reach a peace deal. Speaking on Newsmax, he said, the picture right now looks pretty bleak for Ukraine. We're really at the point where if President Zelensky doesn't make up, understand what he's lost militarily and what he can lose, it may be time for President Trump to do what he's saying he's going to do, which is walk away. Holt said, by all appearances, Trump is beyond frustrated with the potential of peace talks between the two and his leverage to let him finish it. That's the Trump card because he did not cause the war. So the Russians are indicating that, look, they put a heck of a deal on the table, which was, we'll just keep the land we have. Now, that was yesterday. Trump, meanwhile, confirmed his frustrations this past day when answering a question from a reporter about the stalled negotiations. He said Russia made a pretty big concession to peace by not seizing all of Ukraine. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Tony Schaefer said Crimea is pretty much the key to the eventual ending of the military action between the two. The Russians are not going to give up the territory they have. They don't want the rest of Ukraine. The rest of Ukraine can be Ukraine. Former Undersecretary of Defense Robert Wilkie said he does not see a peace agreement anytime soon. Yesterday or the day before, Russia had a fairly significant attack there on Kyiv. And that was another point that I think President Trump was kind of frustrated about. Come on, we're trying to have talks here. Can we stop for just a moment, a brief pause here? Meanwhile, United Parcel Service, UPS, plans to acquire Andlauer Healthcare Group, which is a Canada-based provider of cold chain logistics services for the healthcare sector, in an all-cash transaction, $1.6 billion. According to the announcement yesterday, UPS, like the global integrated shipping rivals, FedEx and DHL, all are targeting healthcare logistics as a primary area for growth because specialized storage and transport requirements for pharmaceuticals and biopharma products command high margins, they say. Now, this transaction right on the heels earlier this year of UPS, an acquisition in January of Frigo-Trans and their sister company, BPL, which provides temperature-controlled warehousing and transportation in Europe for pharmaceutical and biotech companies. They did not disclose the amount of that transaction. Last year, UPS said they plan to double revenue in healthcare logistics to $20 billion through organic growth and acquisitions by 2026. Andlauer Healthcare Group provides customized logistics, distribution, and packaging services for healthcare manufacturers across Canada, specializing in refrigerated air and ground transportation, dedicated transport, and last-mile delivery. The buyout price, $55 Canadian, $39.71 U.S. per share, representing a 31% premium to Wednesday's closing price and a 38% premium to the stock's 30-day average trading price. It also represents a price-earnings multiple of 13 times the estimate by Royal Bank of Canada. So that's obviously got to be something that the shareholders have a smile on their face, right? UPS Healthcare has more than a 19.2 million square feet of pharma-certified warehouse space under management. Extensive temperature-controlled facilities, services including inventory management, cold chain packaging and shipping, storage and fulfillment of medical devices, lab and clinical trial logistics. Now, it was just earlier this month that DHL said they plan to invest $2.2 billion to upgrade logistics capabilities and infrastructure in the life sciences and healthcare sector. It also agreed to acquire Nashville, Tennessee-based Cryo PDP, a specialty courier that provides logistics services for clinical trials, biopharma, cell and gene therapies. That was a $195 million deal. Meanwhile, FedEx, not to be left out, their management recently said the company plans to onboard nearly $400 million in new annualized healthcare revenue during the current quarter and finish the fiscal year ending May 31 with nearly $9 billion in healthcare revenue. You know, all three kind of on the same wagon. A lot of investment there in the healthcare sector. Meanwhile, about a minute before news break, final hour coming up, we'll get to the right-wing nut out of the news break. Get an NTPA update. First, in the state of Florida. Florida State Senate Minority Leader Jason Pizzo abruptly quit as Democrat leader this past day, announcing he's leaving the party altogether. In remarks from the chamber floor, saying, quote, "Here's the issue. The Democratic Party in Florida is dead. There are good people that can resuscitate it, but they don't want it to be me." Senate Democrats later Thursday electing Lori Berman as minority leader into the Tallahassee Democrat. Florida has 1.2 million more registered Republicans than Democrats, and no Democrat holds statewide elected office there. All right, he did say he's changing his voter registration from Democrat to no party affiliation.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge is pausing parts of an executive order issued by President Trump aimed at changing election laws.
The judge says Trump doesn't have the authority to require proof of citizenship for voters in federal elections. The ruling maintains that this authority rests with Congress and the states. The judge opted not to block another provision of the executive order that withholds federal funding from states that don't comply with the deadline for mail-in ballots. She found the groups who challenged the provision lacked the standing to do so. I'm Brian Shook.
Birth rates in the U.S. are at a near record low.
New data released by the CDC says about 3.6 million babies were born in the U.S. last year. That's a 1% increase from 2023, which saw an all-time low birth rate in the U.S. The Trump administration has been considering new policies to encourage women to have more babies, including giving $5,000 in cash to each woman who gives birth. When asked about it by reporters this week, President Trump said the proposal sounded like a good idea to him. I'm Michael Kastner.
Some remote workers at Google are being told to return to the office or they could lose their jobs. Texas Republicans want to protect historical monuments across the state from groups that want them removed.
Our republic was built by many heroes and also imperfect men and women.
The bill is pushed by State Senator Brandon Crichton. He says instead of removing Confederate monuments, they should be given more historical context. San Antonio tore its down in 2018 after a near unanimous city council vote. In addition to those, he says monuments to Albert Einstein and Stevie Ray Vaughan have also been unfairly targeted by activists. At the closing bell, the Dow picked up 486 points, S&P 500 rose by 108, NASDAQ gained 457. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Tens of thousands of people from around the world, including New Yorkers, continue to flock to Vatican City on this second day of Pope Francis lying in state.
Folks have been waiting for hours for a quick glimpse of the Pope's open coffin at St. Peter's Basilica, with this couple from Manhattan among the crowds.
We were supposed to just be coming here to check out Rome for a couple of days, and this happened.
We're just really lucky to be a part of history.
Meanwhile, Archbishop of New York, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, who is part of the conclave that elected Pope Francis, has been meeting with other cardinals ahead of the upcoming conclave.
We have a group of pilgrims from the Archdiocese that was planned a long time ago. We have Mass tonight.
I'm Kristen Marks.
New York City officials are destroying illegal guns that have been seized and turning them into a gun violence memorial.
Mayor Eric Adams and the police commissioner gathered with community and faith leaders to put more than 3,300 guns through a recycling chipper. Adams says the chewed-up gun parts then will be donated to a New York City school.
With students in the Weldon Vocational Program will create a memorial to honor victims of gun violence.
More than 21,000 illegal guns have been taken off the streets since he was elected. Scott Pringle, New York.
Remote workers with Google are being told they have to return to the office.
CNBC reports that the company is telling some staffers they need to show up at the office 3 days a week. Some of the employees had previously been approved for remote work. A Google spokesperson says in-person collaboration is an important part of how the company innovates and solves complex problems. I'm Mark Mayfield.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Alrighty, final hour on a Friday. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right, there's Rick in Columbus. Morning, Rick. Happy Friday. Go Reds. But wait, there's more. Yeah, Philip in Florida is on board as well. I guess off to work we go. Good morning from Florida. Have a good day, good weekend. All right, see what's going on with, the right-wing nut.
yes, right-wing nut. Yeah. Oh, I'll tell you what, they had something going on down there in New Mexico with a judge or a lawyer, I guess, that was harboring a illegal bagel or illegal alien. There we go, yeah. I don't remember what gang he was allegedly from, but, whoever it was, they went ahead and they disbarred him or something.
Mm-hmm.
Do you happen to catch anything about that?
I believe it was Tren de Aragua, and I'm not sure, they were, I guess the gang member was living in their home or something. That's about all I know.
And I tell you what, even with a legal degree, there's some dumb people out there.
Right?
Well, I tell you what, I finally figured out how to keep from coughing. I went to the GM&A and BS Enterprises and got their cough medicine. They had 1 quart for $19.99, and then they had 2 quarts for $39.95, and then I found a really good deal. I found a half gallon of that stuff for $49.95. So I thought, hell yeah, I'll get that half gallon. Yeah. So I ain't got no coughing right now.
So
anyway.
how'd that work out? You drink the whole gallon and pass out or what?
Oh yeah. I figured, them quarts, they weren't going to get me anywhere. And yeah, so 2 quarts, probably nothing. But that half gallon worked out real well. So, anyways, well, I finally figured out what it means. And I'll preface that with this. Mr. Miyagi. You remember that character from
Karate Kid.
What was that movie? Yeah. Well, he was saying he was at some kind of swordsman contest, with them little short swords that the Orientals have. And he asked the number 3 guy, he said, how did you win 3rd place? And he says, you see that fly on the wall? Mr. Miyagi said, yeah. And the other guy says, what's this? So he said, there was a fly, he flicked at it, it was up in the air, and he made one cut. And he said, that damn fly was cut in half. Part of him went over here, and the other half went over there. And Mr. Miyagi said, "Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good." So then he went to the guy that won second place, and he said, "What did you do to win your prize?" And the guy said, "You see that fly over there?" Yeah, I see that fly over there. So the other guy got his sword out, and he flicked it at the fly, and he went, whoosh, whoosh, and there was 4 pieces of the fly.
Wow.
Falling all over the place. Yeah. You know, them flies are a little fast, little critters, but they're fast. So he goes up to the guy that won first place, and he says, "And what did you do?" And that other boy says, "You see that fly on the wall?" Yeah. Well, watch this. So hang on a second. I got to do something here real quick. There we go. Yeah. Trans-no shift. I got you. Hang on just a minute here. There we go. Okay. So he said that other little boy, he went ahead and he flicked his sword at the fly. And he went, whoosh, whoosh. And the fly kept on flying, buzzing around. And Mr. Miyagi said, you know, you missed that fly because he's still flying. And that other old boy said, "Oh, well, what you didn't see is, yeah, he may be able to fly, but he won't be able to have children." Oh, I tell you what, that's pretty precise.
That's precision, yeah.
Yeah, so I finally figured out what TGIF stood for. This guy is funny. You have yourself a good weekend.
Well, thank you. There's a reason he's known as, well, the right-wing nut. Cargo theft has been a big topic of discussion and continues to grow with each passing year. Police in California arresting 2 prominent members of a South American crime ring in connection to nearly $4 million in cargo theft. Earlier this week, the LAPD Commercial Crimes Division announcing the arrest of Oscar David Barrero Mancola, 41 years old, Rafael Martinez Ramos, 25, following an investigation that included multiple search warrants at storage units in the San Fernando Valley. According to police, during the course of serving the search warrants, detectives discovered over $1.2 million in stolen tequila, speakers, coffee, clothing, shoes, other household items. In addition to the stolen freight at the storage units, officers with the department's cargo theft unit also recovered a stolen shipment of Bitcoin mining computers valued at $2.7 million. The stolen computers were discovered at the Los Angeles International Airport as the shipment was about to be loaded onto a plane headed to Hong Kong. This case highlights the ongoing collaborative efforts among law enforcement to combat cargo theft and protect the integrity of commercial transport operations. They said the investigation remains ongoing. Additional arrests could follow. California, as we know, is traditionally a hotbed for cargo theft activity. According to data from Overhaul, the Texas-based supply chain risk management company, California accounted for 32% of all reported incidents last year. Back in January, New Jersey-based CargoNet said cargo theft soared to unprecedented levels last year, estimating the trucking industry lost roughly $455 million in stolen freight. CargoNet added that as those numbers have continued to steadily increase over the past few years, it's organized crime rings that has been one of the main contributors to the record rise. Primary drivers of cargo theft continue to be organized crime groups specializing in strategic forms of cargo theft that typically involve some form of document fraud, identity theft, and intent to steal the property that they're being entrusted to transport. Yeah, somebody shows up to pick up the load who it's not supposed to be. Yeah, they're long gone, and all of a sudden the person that was really supposed to pick it up shows up, well, where's my freight? Yeah, uh-oh. And at that point, it's too late. What's going on, pup?
Oh, not much. How you been, Steve?
Doing all right. Happy Friday.
Oh, yeah, happy Friday. I got one more night, and I'll have my Friday. But, hey, I had something new happen to me after 35 years of driving last night. Some guy, I'll say the company name, he drives for Lapari. He didn't stop, but he wiped out my driver's side mirror. That's about like driving naked without a mirror. But, was it my imagination, or is that right-wing nuts math about as good as Sundance's?
That's an accurate depiction, yes.
Oh, brother. I hadn't called in for a while. I got my new chickens out in the coop. They're out of their little pen now and got them out in the coop. Probably be, I don't know, middle of June, they should start laying eggs. You said you mowed your grass yesterday. I started on mine, but I had mower trouble last weekend, and I'm about 2 weeks behind, so it's like a hayfield out there. Nope, you have a good weekend, and I'll keep listening, Steve. So see you later.
All righty. Hey, good to hear from you, pup. Thanks for chiming in. And have a good weekend when you get around to it anyway. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Meanwhile, it seems as though the hits just keep on coming for the state of Delaware. Not good, but on the negative side, as another major e-commerce player announces they are departing the state. as the list continues to grow of corporations packing up to find a new domicile for their businesses. The latest is Affirm Holdings, a publicly held American technology firm with a market cap of about $14 billion, is preparing to move to either Nevada or Texas. According to reports, Affirm, founded in 2012 by the PayPal co-founder, handles financial services for merchants and shoppers. They're headquartered in San Francisco, but they are seeking shareholder approval to move their corporate domicile out of Delaware. Now, the founder, who has voting influence in the company, is reportedly driving the decision to leave the state. The news about Affirm comes in the wake of Mercado Libre, a leading Latin American e-commerce platform that announced in an SEC filing their plans to seek shareholder approval to move their domicile from Delaware to Texas. The NASDAQ listed Mercado Libre as a market cap in excess of $100 billion. Several other major corporations have left Delaware or announced plans to leave after a series of controversial judicial decisions, including a judge's decision to deny Elon Musk a $56 billion compensation package from Tesla after Tesla shareholders had not once but twice voted to approve the plan. Elon posted after that court filing, "Never incorporate your company in the state of Delaware." Last week, he actually celebrated Mercado Libre's push to leave Delaware, stating he's not surprised. At this point, any lawyer recommending incorporation in Delaware is committing malpractice. For decades, as we know, Delaware attracted businesses, many because of its well-established legal framework in the courts. The reputation as a neutral legal playing ground has changed due to recent court rulings from a far left-leaning judicial system. Other companies recently announcing their move from Delaware include AMC Networks Incorporated, the owner of the cable AMC channel. They plan to reincorporate in Nevada. Madison Square Garden Entertainment, at least 20 major companies this year have announced plans to leave the state, including Musk's own Tesla and SpaceX. They've moved their corporate home to Texas. Facebook's parent company, Meta, and Walmart are also reportedly considering moves to Texas or another state. Other significant companies taking steps to leave Delaware include President Trump's Truth Media, TripAdvisor, a company known as The Trade Desk, Roblox, and a number of others. Others point to a court action forcing Fox News into paying a staggering $787 million settlement with the voting machine company over reporting related to the 2020 election. Recall that Fox's chief legal officer commented that court filings in the state kind of call into question the fundamental fairness and integrity of the Delaware civil justice system. As I said, the hits just keep on coming. Let me see. Eagle, what else you got for us here on a Friday?
Yeah. I wanted to say a couple other things about NASCAR in Talladega. I just checked on something when I hung up with you, Steve. I don't know if you had said anything about it, but Dodge has announced that they might be getting back in NASCAR, and they said in 2026 they might start racing trucks, and then in 27 they might get back into the Cup in 27. I don't know what make and model what they planning on racing. They didn't say what model, but they ain't got too many models. I don't know if it's going to be the Charger or or whatever. I don't know what they're planning on running. But, yeah, we'll see what happens. That's the only bad thing, about Chevrolet. Back in the old days, they did call it a stock car, when Earnhardt was racing, with the Chevrolet Lumina and Impala and some other vehicles. Now, they don't even make the Camaro anymore, but yet they still race the Camaro. So, yeah, I don't know what NASCAR is going to do about that. They shouldn't have stopped production. I still can't figure out why they stopped making the Camaro. They still make the Ford Mustang, but yeah, Chevrolet they kind of contradict themselves. Even though I'm a Chevrolet fan, how the hell can you say it's a stock car and you don't even have it in production anymore? The Camaro, but maybe they'll bring it back. I heard that people want it to come back. I haven't heard too much more about Honda. I don't know if Honda is still interested in getting in NASCAR or not. I haven't heard too much more about them, but we'll see how that goes in the next couple of years. And as far as what Brain Dead has said about Mexico, like I said, Steve, I'm 100% American, and NASCAR is an American sport. Now, it wouldn't surprise me. I know they got a few fans in Mexico, but it wouldn't surprise me if that stadium is not even full when NASCAR goes there later on in the year. They would be better. NASCAR would be better off, like Brain Dead said, going to Rockingham. They shouldn't have discontinued Rockingham to begin with. They had a big crowd a couple of weeks ago for the Infinity cars to go there, and I know for sure they'd have a big crowd for the Cup cars. So, not even talking about the dangers of Mexico. We've already talked about how dangerous it is right now going down to Mexico. They're taking a big chance on that. But I want to see what the outcome of crowd is down in Mexico City. Like I said, I got a feeling that they're not going to have a packed house, and it looks like it's a wasted effort as far as I'm concerned. And they ought to just go ahead and stay in the U.S. and run, like I said, in Rockingham. So we'll see what happens, as far as that goes. And by the way, Steve, the main thing I wanted to say is on Sunday night, you'll be working on Sunday night. I'll probably give you a call from the track, because I'll probably stay at the track after the race. So, yeah, I'll probably give you a call while I'm still at the track on the outcome of the race and all the details that happen on Sunday. You going to be working on Sunday night?
Yeah, we'll be here. Yes, regular schedule. Yep.
Okay, yeah. I'll definitely call you on Sunday night and let you know the outcome of the race. Hopefully, Chevrolet will get in the victory lane on Sunday. Daytona, we got a Chevy in the win in Daytona, so hopefully it'll happen again on Sunday. But I'll definitely call you on Sunday night and let you know the outcome of the race. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, we'll be looking forward to a full report there. All right. Yeah, meanwhile, there had been some rumors and rumblings of trying to reinvigorate Kentucky Speedway. Yeah, once the bustling location for NASCAR and IndyCar races. I've seen both there. Yeah, declined despite all the early enthusiasm and investment. Yeah, it's the isolation. They're kind of out in the track in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, traffic issues that plagued the track over the years. Yeah, tries to boost their relevancy, like the NASCAR Sprint Cup race in 2011, overshadowed by logistical setbacks. And at this point in time, I mean, it's pretty much just a vacant racetrack in the middle of nowhere.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A federal judge says President Trump's executive order on sanctuary cities is likely unconstitutional. District Judge William Orrick blocked the White House from enforcing the crackdown against 16 cities and counties that brought a lawsuit. The order directed Attorney General Pam Bondi and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to make sure sanctuary cities did not receive access to federal funds. Maryland District Judge Stephanie Gallagher, a Trump-appointed federal judge, is ordering the White House to facilitate the return of a second immigrant deported to El Salvador. The judge ruled yesterday the Venezuelan migrant, known only as Christian in court documents, was deported despite being part of a class action settlement that should have prevented him from being removed from the United States. Christian was among the plaintiffs that settled a lawsuit with the federal government, arguing they should be allowed to stay in the country while their asylum claims were adjudicated. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, yes indeed, Eric. As you like to say, round and third, headed to home. Here on a Friday morning. right, see what's going on with Vic. Morning, Vic. Happy Friday.
Hey. Yeah, back at you there, Steve. I was talking about this Russia-Ukraine war, or today they were. We need to understand one thing in the United States. Some people watching that are in China. And the reason that China probably isn't too anxious to have any trade talks right now is after all of the money that was spent, literally no effect. And, how many times they say, well, to Ukraine said, well, we're going to give you this weaponry or that weaponry, but you can't use it for offensive purposes. And then after dragging our feet and everything else and the effectiveness of that weapon system was gone, it's like, well, okay, you can use it to attack Russia with. So, but we got into this war basically because I really believe that it was that colossal failure that they had there in Afghanistan. Whenever Russia seen that, it's like, well, America still has that old practice of getting involved in things, and when the going gets tough, they really don't want to get tougher and put an end to it. They just drag it along, and then they finally depart. And I think that the deal with Biden there was, I don't know if he was trying to make Trump look bad or what the deal was, but I'm pretty sure that Trump's withdrawal plan did not include leaving Bagram Air Base to the Taliban.
Absolutely.
And all that military equipment. But I like I said, I have no idea, because Biden certainly was not effective in so many areas. Can't even begin to list them all. But the big thing to me is with this Ukraine deal, that all got started way back when the Soviet Union broke up and the Nunn-Lugar Agreement agreed for Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons and trade for the Western world, providing Ukraine security. Then whenever Obama came to office, he said, well, maybe they need to give up their heavy-duty conventional weapons also. And so they did, and basically they disarmed Ukraine. And then that's whenever they took over Crimea, whenever they were essentially disarmed and nothing really happened out of it. And Russia then built that big bridge from Russia to Ukraine. And the other thing is that was where the Black Sea Fleet of Russia, I think it was Sevastopol, was where it was headquartered. And at the time, before Russia took over Crimea, they actually had a lease with Ukraine for the Crimean port there. Somewhere along the line, somebody started talking about Ukraine wasn't going to renew the lease or something. So then it was just a series of things, almost like somebody was baiting Russia into war there. Then whenever the more recent thing that come up, the news media would not shut up about Ukraine wants to join the EU and NATO. And at the same time, Putin was trying to put back together economically the old Warsaw Pact Union. He had something that he was saying. And the news media would not shut up about that. And it's like, that's the sore point with Putin. Just let it rest. Now, why the news media kept aggravating that. And then whenever Biden did send somebody to talk to Putin, I'm always curious, what exactly did they tell them? Did they go to them and say, look, here's the process for Ukraine to join the EU? And it's going to take a long time. And the EU's objection to Ukraine joining them was because Ukraine was so corrupt. So Ukraine was going to have an investigation into all that, get that resolved. And then the deal with NATO was we had promised Russia that we weren't going to add any more NATO countries close to their borders. So we were kind of reneging on some things, or I don't know if you really call it outright reneging on it, but we were certainly giving the impression to it. And finally, that's whenever Putin just decided, well, we'll just go ahead and invade and take the whole country. And so the western part of Ukraine, the Donbass, as they call it, they'd had a civil war going on there forever because some of the native Russians, they wanted to go back and join Russia because they felt like Ukraine was kind of a stepchild. Nobody was really looking out for them.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a lot of trade with Russia. So it was also an economic thing. And so then that's whenever Putin decided that he would jump in there and just take over the country militarily. And to me, I still don't understand why Putin pulled that stunt, because I think if he'd have been a little bit more patient, he would have probably gotten a lot of the country without all the destruction. But, you know, it is what it is now, and that's what they're standing at. But the big thing is that people are talking to now like, well, if we just settle this Russia-Ukraine war, then it's going to be easy sailing from here. I don't think it will be, because China's big objective is to make America look like an unreliable ally. So I don't know what China might be planning, but I'm sure they're going to be putting forth a lot of emphasis to third world countries or countries in South America or Southeast Asia, and say you need to be trading with us. And unfortunately, America has lost its manufacturing base. We're not the strong country we were back in the 50s and 60s. So, you know, our manufacturing base is pretty well gutted. A lot of us went to China. So China's already won half the war.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever they decide to pull out of Ukraine there, I don't know what they have on mind, but the strange things that I cannot understand about Zelensky, he's fussing about Crimea. Well, they'd already lost Crimea, so I don't even know why that's a part of the subject right now. And the other thing is, there's going to have to be a lot of work done to repair all the damage that has been done in both countries. So where's the money going to come from to repair all that? And how will they get the economy started? You know, well, to me, will Zelensky ally with the European Union and do more trading with the European Union than America? I mean, it just, the way they got into all this was haphazard, just piece by piece. And I just don't see where going to Zelensky and saying, you just need to cave, and then everything is going to be, as they say, well, they say rainbow pie or something. That old song about, oh shoot, I was trying to think how that about rainbow stew and something. Anyway, it isn't going to be that way. Well, we're just going to buy some more problems if they don't shut the thing down properly, and make sure whenever they talk to Zelensky and to Putin that both of them are going to have to agree to free and fair elections. You know, Ukraine is still under martial law.
Mm-hmm.
Putin holds elections, but he kills anybody that runs against him.
Exactly.
So, you know, that to me, that's the number one priority they should put in place. And the second priority is what type of rebuilding process will we have, and what sort of trade will they be doing with America to make sure that China understands that America is a reliable ally, and, you know, we can war game, you know, how that whole thing got to death, but it won't solve the problem because you can't turn the clock back. But whenever it would have been so simple to prevent that war, even after the Afghanistan debacle, just by moving equipment in place when Russia started doing their exercises. And that would have put an end to it, and just went to Putin and say, look, Ukraine's not going to join any of this stuff until there's a complete investigation. So we're talking 5 or 7 years down the road. And then on the humanitarian side, all those kidnapped children that Putin took to Russia, that's all going to have to be sorted out. So there's a whole lot more things to satisfy than just simply stopping the actual devastation, because people are scattered all over the place. That have, even young men fleeing Russia, they're in different places. Ukrainian families have been displaced. Farmers over there, they don't have access to the Black Sea ports. To me, they're going to have to settle down and really look at what needs to be done. And I don't know exactly why Zelensky is being so difficult and at least not sitting down and talking and seeing what subject he wants to cover and what he really feels about it. So, like I said, I see people trying to think that they can solve that whole thing with way too simple a solution, because I don't know who is negotiating the settlement. But,
so it might look good. It might look good on paper, but nothing's going to hold, I guess is. All right. Thank you, Vic. Yeah, I think it is a bit more complicated than it might sound on the front. And one thing Zelensky keeps bringing out is anything Putin says, you can't trust that he's going to hold to it, right? Let's see. Who we got on board?
Hey, Steve, it's Bones.
Bones.
Long-time listener, first-time caller.
I see that. How the heck are you, Bones? What brings you our way this morning?
All right. I heard you talking about the PA wildfires there at the beginning of the night, and I was just calling to give you a little bit of an update. I don't have anything really new other than from last night before I left the house. I live right in between the two of them. You go about 3 miles east, and that would be the Hammond's Rock fire from my house. Go about 15 miles west, and you'll have the Thompson Hollow fire. It was about 25 acres. It started yesterday, the Hammond's Rock fire. Last I heard, before I left the house last night, it was up to about 200 acres.
Okay.
And then the Thompson Hollow fire, that one was at 200 acres when I got home yesterday morning, and when I left, it was about 750 acres last night.
So
what's burning on them?
So kind of like the New Jersey fires, they're growing. Is there any talk on your local media that, I mean, so you had 3 separate fires. Were they all in a proximity like where one person could have done all 3, or is there any speculation on that?
They haven't speculated on any of that as of yet, but it's pretty suspicious because I know the Hammond's Rock fire, where it started, there's nothing in that area. It's just all mountains and dirt roads.
Okay.
So it almost had to be said unless somebody happened to be driving and threw a cigarette out, because it is awful dry in our area right now. But,
right.
So I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out to be that somebody set at least that one after the first one started.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's the first thing that popped into my mind, seeing 3 fires, because, if you've got storms, lightning, high winds, that kind of stuff, trees can touch power lines, but you really didn't have anything, weather-wise going on this week.
No, we haven't had any weather this week at all. It's been dry. We're supposed to get some rain here Friday night now, but a lot of times in that area, the way the mountains lay, the rain kind of breaks up and goes around that area, and it comes back together then when you get down closer to Horse Feathers area, down around the York, Lancaster area.
Okay.
Everything comes back together and forms the storms down there. So hopefully we'll get enough rain to put some of them out and help the firefighters.
And I guess it's kind of like, they said it's all hands on deck with the firefighters down there.
Yeah, they have firefighters from clean down as far as Maryland coming up to help out with it. They're all staying pretty local right there.
Okay. Well, first-time caller, how about a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products?
That sounds good. I can use it. I can give you a testimonial there for your product if you want to hear it.
Absolutely.
My son has a Kia Soul. And after a couple years of having it, started really burning oil bad. And we got to looking and found out that it's a common issue with those engines. I don't know what it is. I'm not a mechanic. But if it was under warranty, you could take it back to the dealer. His car was still in the warranty period, but it wasn't burning enough oil to qualify. But under their TSB, it said that they would take the spark plugs out. They would put a solvent inside of the pistons on the thing and let it sit overnight to clean the engine. So I told him, I said, I have this stiction eliminator here. I use it in my diesel truck, and we could try it. We didn't have anything to lose. We changed the oil in the oil filter, put it in. He hasn't burned any oil since then.
How about that?
That cleaned the engine out and took care of it.
That's what we like to hear. Thank you. That's a great testimonial there, Bones. All right.
Give a shout out there to Buckwheat also. I worked with Buckwheat about 15 years ago when I got into the industry. He was the trainer driver that I had there. He's a good guy.
How about that? It's a small world, as they say, huh?
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, watch your text messages. I'll get that submitted there to Ryan. And yes, so two first-time callers here on a Friday morning. That's what we like. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
All right, headed down the home stretch here, winding things down on a Friday morning. What's on tap for the weekend, Philip? Work?
Just sitting here waiting to go to work, buddy. How you doing?
Oh, doing all right. The greatest day of the week, if you ask me.
Yeah. Hey, before we go off here, I just want to congratulate Eskimo Mom on her accomplishment. She's at Tennessee right now. She got her award. I believe it was yesterday. She got her award for her 2 million miles. So congratulate her on that.
I wasn't sure how many she had, so 2 million.
Sent me some pictures.
That's pretty impressive, huh?
I'm telling you, that is impressive. I mean, I was lucky enough to get 1 million, and I'll tell you what, that's pretty impressive. And to have a safe driving record like that that's some good stuff. And it's hard to kind of get that kind of up to that level. You know, I'm kind of interested. I would like to know if Monkey Gouger actually kept track of some of the amount of miles he got, you know, because, you know, a lot of those older guys, people don't understand. Back in the day, man, we used to run a lot more than what they do nowadays. And I just can't imagine that kind of mileage. It's got to be a lot of mileage. You know,
I know he had a jacket here, you know, a couple of years ago, and I can't remember if it was 3 or 4, how many million. But yeah, I think he can fill us in how many millions he's got. It's impressive.
Yeah, when you hear, you know, there's the drivers out there. I mean, when I was growing up and learning how to drive, there was a fellow that lived in Vero Beach. His name was Sterling Sparks, and he had a trucking company. And Mr. Sterling, he's passed away many, many years ago. And he was like up that amount of level back in the like late 80s, early 90s. So, you know, and those guys way back when, you know, in the 50s and the 60s, man, there's some tough drivers, man, driving some of those trucks. I mean, just seeing the level of difference in equipment from then to now, it's unbelievable, you know, that somebody would travel that many miles in that piece of equipment, wear you out, you know. And that's what a lot of this is patterned for now, Steve. They're trying to go to the automatic trucks to keep drivers comfortable.
For a lot of these guys, it's like how many times could you have driven around the world, essentially? You know, that's how many trips around the planet. All right. Hey, Philip, we're up against the clock. Hey, have a great weekend. Thanks for being with us. We will be back at the midnight hour Eastern, Sunday night into Monday morning once again.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.